Yeah, I changed the song. La 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 la. And low. Spice up your life. Spice up your life. La 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 la. My face hurts. No, we haven't talked about Mitch. We're going to talk about him today, but I could only fit so many words in the title. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub to Face Laser. Yeah. It actually doesn't look that bad right now. It's going to look much worse tomorrow and the next day. I also put a lot of cream on it. You guys, I'm tired. I'm drinking a Rockstar. I'm not going to drink the whole thing, though, or else I will run through a wall and then crash. Arriba! Justacia, thank you for the tier 1. Katie, thank you for the 3 months. No, I'll tell you about the laser. Who's having a good time? Ha, ha. Arriba. Woo! Woo-hoo! Hello, everyone. Is it the weekend yet? Is it the motherfucking weekend yet? I need it to be the weekend. I don't know why. Weekends don't really exist anymore for me, but I just still like them. There's something about it being Friday, you know? Just puts you in a better mood. I hope everyone is doing well. I got up very early today because I went to the dermatologist. I think I've said this before, but I get free dermatology work because a year and a half ago, when I went in for a very expensive face laser procedure to help make my skin look nicer, they burnt the shit out of me and left a scar. It's much better now, but basically because I didn't sue them, they were like, whatever you need, it's on us. And I was like, damn straight. So now I just go in whenever I want. I just walk in and I walk out. So today, it's been a minute because I've had so much going on that like I haven't been able to have downtime because this shit takes a week. Getting a facial tomorrow. I love facials. These are not like fun facials. These are not soothing, you know, where they massage your face. It's like a whole, you know, lavender smell. No. This is like a laser where you smell your burning skin. So I went in today and I wasn't going to do, so this is called the erbium laser. I wasn't going to do the erbium laser. I was going to get this other thing done, but then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't have anything to do for the next week. I don't have to be out in public. Plus, that shit is so expensive. I'm like, I need to be taking advantage. What does it do? So it can help with acne, scarring, sunspots, sun damage, wrinkles, just overall stimulates collagen in your skin. So what it does is, what's that laser do? So it's a controlled burning of the top layer of your skin, superficial burning, and so that sheds off, and then it helps stimulate collagen, which is the thing that makes our face look very nice and youthful, and that's what helps, you know, fill in acne scars. That's what helps get rid of sun damage. Yeah, it's very expensive, so that's why today I was like, you know what, do the whole face. Because it's on you. It's on your tab. It cannot cause skin cancer, no. So there are very intense ones. There are ones where you have to, like, have someone drive you home. You're a beautiful woman in your prime. You don't need that stuff. Well, thank you. But I actually did, because a couple, right at the start of the pandemic, I went off my birth control. And I've talked about this many times, but I was not told when I was just thrown onto hormonal birth control at age 15 that getting off it one day as an adult, a decade and a half later, would totally fuck up my skin, because my hormones had been, you know, artificially pumped for the last decade and a half, artificially controlled. I'm actually 135 years old. Yes, the lasers keep me looking 30. So what happened was I went off my birth control because I lost my health insurance. Classic American story. And I could not afford to pay out of pocket. So I thought, you know what? Whatever. I'll just go off it. I was living at home in Chicago for a couple months because I also lost my job and couldn't pay rent. And Will and I were, this is before we lived together. He was grinding his face off with Twitch. He had just started. So I had the worst hormonal breakout of my life. Like, I'm talking painful, just woof. Painful hormonal cystic type acne that I had never gotten before in my life. And so it left horrible scarring, because what I did was I went back on my fucking birth control because I couldn't get it to clear up. And my gyno was like, do you get depression on your birth control? I said, no, I'm actually lucky. My mental health, I think for the most part, is not affected by it. She's like, great, then you should just go back on it. She goes, do you want to have kids right now? I said, I don't have an apartment or a job, so no. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't have an apartment or a job. You know what? Perfect time to have a child. Look how much you have to do to mimic a fraction of the power a male using a towel to wipe his ass, balls, and face after has. Is this what a dude's ass, balls, and face looks like after he's wiped a towel on him? Dudes save themselves like 800 bucks. We just do it the man way. I stopped birth control because I smoke nicotine. Apparently that's a no-no for 30-year-old ladies on BC. What? There's so many things about birth control that I'm like, what? News to me. Truly, news to me. I know, I mean, honestly, I cannot believe that we're just put on it as teenagers. I didn't even have bad acne. I had like normal teenage acne on my forehead because I played sports and I was a teenager. And my mom took me to the gynecologist and they just put me on hormonal birth control and just didn't tell me anything about it. So anyway, I suffered the consequences 15 years, like 12 years later, 13 years later when I went off my birth control without knowing what could happen. Why does it get prescribed to 15-year-olds? Because it does help with acne. Not everyone, but for a lot of people, it does because of balancing out your hormones, but in a superficial way. So then when you go off it, your hormones, which have been controlled like this, go... So your skin starts producing all of this oil. And yeah, so it's something where hormonal acne, you cannot fix with expensive acne creams, expensive face products. Like, you have to fix the shit inside. You would think the hormones would chill. Well, my gyno did say, and I've had other girlfriends in their 30s who went off, same thing, went off birth control after years and years of being on it and went through hell. Like, I had one girlfriend, it took her 5 years to naturally balance out her hormones. She had to go off her birth control because she, it severely affected her mental health, which is a side effect. And it took her 5 years to get her hormonal acne under control and be able to control her hormones naturally. So I was basically faced with a situation where I was like, do I just stay off my birth control and hope that this clears up eventually? Because for some people, it doesn't. For some people who had clear skin, they were on hormonal birth control, they go off it, never again do they have clear skin. So the side effects are wild. You don't know how you're going to react. I was incredibly depressed. I was in the worst state of depression in my life. No job, no home, skin looking like chewed up pizza. It was bad. COVID was happening. Hollywood had shut down. Like, everything was horrible. And so I was like, fuck it. I'm just going back on my birth control. And it did, within a month, it cleared up the acne, but I had all of this scarring left. So that's why I started going to the dermatologist, this very fancy dermatologist in Beverly Hills. And I did lasering twice, which cost me a fucking arm and a leg. I was like, I don't even care at this point. You know, when you get to a point, you're like, I don't care. I'll spend anything. Anything. And then the third time, my normal derm didn't do it. It was it was like a PA, I think. She burnt the fuck out of my face. Like, if I showed you these photos, let me see if I can find one. It was very traumatized. So I was like re-traumatized all over again. Because not only did I still have like acne scars, now I had this gigantic thing. Okay, let's see. This would have been 2021. So it kind of feels bittersweet because even though my skin has gotten so much better from all of the fancy dancy work that I've had done, it's one of those things where I'm like, well, what happens if I go off birth control again one day? So now I've decided I am choosing my skin over a child. I'm like, put me on birth control until I die. Sister went through the same thing. She had so many acne scars, they were dark. She went through depression. It's horribly depressing. I already had empathy for people who struggled with skin issues because it's not like I hadn't throughout my life struggled with acne. I never had it to the point where like I need to go on Accutane, but This period of my life, I'm like, oh my God. And then, you know, it was a lot, like, because going through the process of trying to fix my scars, I was constantly having very traumatic type work done to my face with the lasers, with peels. It was intense. So like once a month for a week and a half, I would have, okay. So the thing was when she did the laser on my face and burned it, I knew something was wrong because my face swelled up on the side where she did it. And I was like, it does not feel normal. Let me show you guys. Okay. So this is the swelling, and then I'll show you. You can just see how swollen my cheek was. Look at my face. Okay. And now awful. It took like 2 weeks for that pus and stuff to go away. And then let me show you what it looked like as the scar. Hold on. Yeah, so that's what it looked like for a minute. And my friend was like, "Oh, you need to sue them." And I'm not a suer. I'm not your classic like American, I'm going to hit you with a lawsuit. My mind usually doesn't go to I'm going to sue you. I was just very traumatized. I was very exhausted. I was just exhausted by the whole thing. It sucked because this was the best, like, is one of the best dermatology offices around. And my dermatologist is great. It's just that day I didn't get him as the one doing the laser. And so I got somebody who was freshly out of grad school. So anyway, my friend was like, "You should sue." I said, I'm not going to do that. And so I told the doctor what I was like, "Something is wrong. You guys, like, it was too high of a setting that was used. It burnt my skin." I came in and they were deeply apologetic. Course, right? I was like, "Yeah, I'm feeling even more depressed now." Like, I thought we were on a roll. I had done 2 of these lasers. The scarring looked better, and now I'm even more fucked up. Now I'm re-traumatized. So basically, the derm was like, "I will fix this for you. Whatever it takes, no matter how many treatments." So for the last year and a half, I've probably had at least, I want to say close to like $8,000 in free work. Because like I said, I just take my ass in there all the time. I want microneedling? I want a little facial? I go in. I only let him do my lasering now. So was it worth it? At the end of the day, yeah, because all of the work that I had done there cleared up so much of the scarring. And just in time, too, because I started streaming in September of last year when my skin finally got to a place where it was almost what it looked like before I had gotten off my, my birth control. Like, I still have some deeper scars because the cystic acne that I had from going off the birth control was just so deep. It was the type where even if I didn't, I didn't pop it or I didn't touch it or anything, it just, that's how that leaves those. Oh, this is blurry, sorry. Oh, you can't imagine working at the club with all that going on? Let me tell you something. What happened one night. So, this is back when some people were wearing masks in clubs, and I was wearing a mask in a club because it was 2021. No, I think this was the beginning of 2022. So, it wasn't mandatory as like club goers to wear a mask, but workers, some of them were wearing masks, and I was wearing a mask working at the club because I was like, I am not going mask off around these disgusting people. So also the mask was perfect because all of the scarring and so the treatment was all down here. So a mask perfectly covered it. So one night, this was a couple days after I'd had a treatment. We were, it was a club night where the owner of the club happened to be there. And so the old manager of the club, who now works in corporate, who's a fucking bitch. I mean, everybody is a psycho who works in nightlife, like management wise. But this woman in particular was a fucking cunt. I do not say that lightly. So this night, and again, like, not only had I had a lot of physical trauma from the acne and then the scarring from the laser, it was also like, it had been really hard on my mental health. And I was like trying to get my mental health back in a better place. It was really hard. This is before before I had started streaming. So I was really just working at the club and I didn't have anything else because the Hollywood had still like, pfft. So I wore a mask and I was like, great, you can't, I put eye makeup on, you could not tell. And the old manager, sees me in the stairwell, like right before the night starts and goes, why are you wearing a mask? And I was like, well, it's COVID. And she's like, yeah, but I don't want to freak people out. I go, okay. And she's like, wait. And the light like she was staring at my face. The light like happened to catch on the side of my cheek where you could see a little bit of the laser treatment, because the laser treatment I got done today was a very, very light setting. So it doesn't look that bad. I look lightly sunburned, but when I was getting them in the past, they were really, really intense. So even the first day, like the first couple days in particular, I looked like a burn victim. So she goes, what's wrong? What's that on your face? And I was like, oh, I just had to have a laser thing done. But you can't see with the mask on. And she makes me take the mask off and she goes, oh my God. Red Echoes, thank you for the 3 months. She goes, oh my God. Oh, you look really scary. And I was like, thanks. She goes, you cannot work like this. I cannot have you scaring people. Like that looks really bad. That looks horrible. I was like, yeah, I got it. Thanks. Thanks, bitch. You're not even the fucking manager here anymore. Anyway, she would not stop. And then, I was like, okay, well, the club's about to open. Like, I need to do my prep work. So I leave, and 20 minutes later, I get called into the office, and it's the current manager, who, I'm not even going to go down that road, and then this bitch, who kept telling me how horrible and disgusting and monstrous I looked like. They called me in the office, and they were like, this is so unprofessional of you. And I went, excuse me? They were like, this business is about looking beautiful. And I go, well, ironically enough, I'm doing this so that I can look more beautiful, okay? Because my skin got fucked up when I went off my birth control because I couldn't afford my fucking health insurance anymore. Yeah, and they were like, I cannot believe you would show up to work like this, and they sent me home. They sent me home, and like I said, my mental health had already been in a terrible place. And then to have not one but both managers being like, you look disgusting. And then I think she ended up, what happened? I get a text the next day and they're like, we need to have a conversation about this. I was like, really? We need to talk about this again? They made me get on a phone call to reiterate how inappropriate, like how unprofessional it was for me to show up to work looking like that, because we work in an industry that is all about women being beautiful. And I just started crying on the phone. And I was like, thank you so much. I already was struggling with my mental health. And this just set me back. So thank you for that. And then they were like, oh my gosh. We don't want, like, you know you're beautiful. We're just concerned for the clients. That's what they said. They're like, we're just concerned for the clients. And I was like, oh, okay, well, nobody had said anything. Because, like, I had worked a little bit in the night. I was like, nobody said anything. The clients weren't like, oh, I'm so concerned. So then the manager was like, you know what? Why don't you take a couple days off? And I will put in a special request to corporate to pay you for the hourly wage that you would be here. I was like, so $10 an hour, and my shift is 4 hours a night. So basically, you don't want me to come into work. So your kind, generous offer is $80 before tax. Honestly, at this point, my space was all fucked up. So I was like, you know what? I'm not coming in. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. Quasimodo's going to stay home. Quasimodo's going to stay in his bell tower. Don't even worry. Don't even worry. God forbid Quasimodo steps out of the bell tower. Yeah, I mean, like I said, working in nightlife had some advantages. Otherwise, fuck that industry. Yeah. Yep. I don't even remember what the original question was that a chatter asked, but yeah, that's my story from that. So very traumatizing. I am grateful that my skin got back to a place that I didn't want to run into traffic by the time I started streaming. What were the advantages of working in nightlife? Good, really good pay for a short amount of hours. It was at nighttime, so I could, when I would work a full-time job during the day, when I would like be going on auditions, etc., I could do all that during the day because I didn't start work until 10. I got my job at Sony through meeting the president of Columbia, who would come into the club. So yeah, there were definitely advantages to working in nightlife. And then of course, all my friends who worked in nightlife, like when you work in nightlife, you've got the hookup. I could go pretty much anywhere in town and get hooked up because they would come into the club and we'd take care of them. So there's a real camaraderie, a real you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours in the service industry and in nightlife in Los Angeles. Were the tips generous working in nightlife? Yeah, if I were to average it out, yeah, you can make insane money. And again, for like 4 hours of work. So that's, I mean, but that's the trade-off, right? Of you make great money, you have flexibility, but you're working in an industry that is extremely, just can be very disgusting, objectifies women. It's like the whole basis of the industry. Very toxic. Yeah. Yep. So I'm glad I got out. Never looked back. You want to know what's funny? Is that every time I'm at a streamer event, like fancy little thing. So for instance, Hassan's birthday party, which there was a private chef who did Korean barbecue. I will always recognize somebody at the party from my days of working in the service industry. So there was a girl that I saw there who I hadn't seen in years. We were hosts at a club together once upon a time. And then the last I had heard that she had made it big on OnlyFans, was killing it. And so peace out nightlife. So I saw her she was working as one of the, as part of the service staff at Hassan's house. And it was such a bizarre, it really was just a very bizarre feeling to be sitting here now with all of these streamers, with all of these content creators, you know, many of whom have more money than the jackasses who would come into the nightclubs and pretend that they had money, right? And to see somebody from my past, who I used to work with in a service industry capacity, and be like, I know you. She was like, yeah. And then I asked her, I was like, I thought you made a shit ton of money on OnlyFans. She's like, well, I did. And then it kind of dried up. So I went back into the nightclubs. I'm like, yeah, that tends to be the story. People try and get out. They try to do other things. And then it doesn't work. And they end up just going back in because it's easy, quick money. Did Cutie set her hair on fire? Yes, she did. She did. It smelled great. Did you do the blood pokey thing? I got an erbium laser. I think the camera is blurry. It's focusing on my mic right now. I think that's better. Not that like you need to see this in full HD. But anyway, yeah, so if you ever have any questions about microneedling, face lasering, chemical peels, really anything, I've pretty much done it all at this point. I hope you never have to go back. I would never go back. Even if I crashed and burned in streaming, I would not go back to nightlife. No. That is dead and buried. Lip filler? I have a lot of friends who have lip filler. Here's what I would say. Don't get addicted. Don't get addicted. Start small. Have photos of your old lips that you are always looking at, because what happens is you get used to the lip filler. I see this with my friends where they get lip filler. It looks great. It looks so natural. Can't even tell. And then suddenly a year later, I'm like, oh God, now you can tell. Now you can tell, because what happens is then you get used to what those lips look like. So then you start thinking like, oh, these are too small. So then you go bigger and bigger. And what also happens is that you don't understand certain size lips can only hold so much filler without getting that like, you know, when you can see the outline of the lip, but then the filler's all in here and it looks really unnatural. Yeah, you don't want to look like Ben Shapiro. Girls with no lips will come in and try to get lip filler to have Angelina Jolie lips. to have like, you know, Beyonce lips or whatever. You have to get the right amount of filler for the size of your lips. And go, you know, even if you think like, oh, well, they don't look as big as I wanted them to, you've probably done enough. I definitely want to do at least a bit of filler. I just always advise people, I have not gotten lip filler, but pretty much every single person I know has. I've had a lip flip, which didn't really do shit. That's just Botox. But I pretty much everyone I know has gotten lip filler, and lip filler is best when you don't notice it. And most people's you notice. No, Will has not gotten filler. Yeah, lip filler is ideal when it is not noticeable. When you notice it is when you've gone too much. Too far. Botox is great. Botox made a really big... So I got Botox in my... I get it here. I'm overdue, actually. I get it here, and then I get it in my jaw for my TMJ. Botox in my jaw made an enormous difference in my face shape. I didn't realize until I looked at old photos how much it had slimmed out my jaw. Can you get the lip filler removed? Yes. I've had friends who've gotten it removed. They said it's very painful. No, it will not go away. Yeah, so if you overdo it with the lip filler, if your lip filler migrates, so you start getting like lumps and bumps everywhere, you have to get it removed. So without Botox, do you look older? No. I get a little bit here because honestly, I don't even get it that often because I don't really notice it that much. Can you imagine if I didn't get Botox and then the next day I look like the Red Witch without her necklace on that keeps her young? You want them Ollie London yet lips? Yeah. All right, so I went to see Barbie, which I will talk about. I'll do a spoiler-free review, and if I'm gonna do anything that's not spoiler-free, I will tell you so you can mute, and then we will tell you when to unmute. But I think I can probably review spoiler-free. Yeah, so I went this afternoon. I wasn't sure if I was going to stream because my face was hurting so much. And I asked Will if he wanted to go see Barbie, and he said no. So Hassan went full spoiler Barbie stream today, of course, because here's the thing. It's actually really hard to review a movie without spoiling if you're not well-versed in doing so. You know? It's hard to explain what you liked or didn't like about a movie with it being spoiler-free. So I went this afternoon. I went to Universal, and when I got out of the car, it felt like it was 1,000 degrees. It was stiflingly hot. Universal is in the valley where it's very hot in Los Angeles right now, and you go into the valley and it's 20 degrees hotter. A little girl next to me asked her mom what patriarchy means. That feels like one of those tweets where it's like, my daughter leaned over to me and asked me, Mom, what's the patriarchy? And when I told her, she started crying. Thank you, Barbie, for being a movie that little girls can look up to and feel seen. I told my daughter that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, and she did this and said, Ruth Conda forever. Thank you, RBG, for everything. So yeah, I will review Barbie. I will, what else are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about Mitch McConnell, because I had a tweet that kind of popped off. And we got to talk about Democrats, man. We got to talk about centrist-ass motherfuckers who are still on the when they go low, we go high. The Michelle Obama train, okay? It's 2023. These people don't care if we die. In fact, they enact legislation and block legislation that speeds that up. By people, I mean Republicans, of course. And of course, some Democrats. We do have a little update on the Ariana Grande situation. We're going to talk about the heat waves that are hitting the Northern Hemisphere in particular. It's hot as fuck, everybody. Be careful out there. I feel like every single year, there's always some new record. Are you yes, I can review Barbie. Yes. Yes, it is not me promoting the film. The rules per SAG-AFTRA are that even entertainment journalists can professionally review the movie, which they are getting paid to do because that's part of their job. So reviewing a film does not stipulate crossing the picket line, to be clear. Now, if Mattel or, if Warner Brothers came to me and were like, hey, let's get in bed together and have you do Barbie promotion on stream, then yeah, that's crossing the picket line. Then why we still got snow? You know, these bozos, whenever they're like, oh yeah, the climate's warming? Then how come people are complaining about record snowfall? I thought the climate was warming. Like, wow, you really got us. You just totally debunked the myth of climate change. Yeah, that's the Ben Shapiro school of thought. Did I see Dianne Feinstein voting today? You mean, did I see the corpse of Dianne Feinstein being so confused she doesn't even know what her name is? Is it true A24 can work through the strike? Yes, there are companies like A24 who have obtained what are called interim agreements. That means that they have agreed to SAG's demands. And so therefore they are given a waiver to commence or continue production. She's my corpse! Okay. Barbie. Barbie, Barbie, Barbie. Hi, Ken.
Sure, Ken. Jump in. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic.
Idiomatic. Thank you for the 5. You just defeated the patriarchy. Thank you for those 5 gifted.
It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere.
Imagination.
Life is your creation.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
I'm a Barbie girl.
In a Barbie world.
Life in plastic.
It's fantastic.
You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination.
Sorabora, thank you for the 9.
Creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it
Did they play this in the movie? I don't remember this.
My doll, rock and roll, feel the glamour and pink.
Was it in the credits?
Be there, hanky panky.
You can touch. You can play.
if you say
I do not remember this song.
I'm a Barbie girl
They play it at the end. Okay, I left immediately when the movie ended because I had to get home. Greta Gerwig didn't like the song? Like, I guess it kind of refutes the message of Barbie she was trying to portray, but it's iconic. Ooh, ooh. Helga, thank you for the gifted to patriarchy. Listen, this is the Barbie song, okay? I did miss the post-credits Ken scene. I'm sure I can find it on YouTube. It was already 5 o'clock, and I was like, I gotta get back if I want to stream. You can play. I'm always yours. There was a... I guess I'm not the only one who missed the post-credits scene. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so anyway. Did I have a lot of fun sitting there with my poor, painful, lasered face, eating my pretzel bites slathered in fake cheese, slurping down a slushie that then gave me an enormous stomachache after? Yes, I did. Yeah, I was by myself. Is this a Barbie spoilers-free zone? Yes. If I'm going to spoil anything, I will give you a proper heads up so you can mute. And then you will be notified when the spoilers are done. But as of right now, no spoilers. No, I went by myself. I drove to Universal, to AMC Universal, where it was 2,000 degrees. And I went to go see Barbie because I feel like I have not been able to engage in the discourse. And by discourse, I mean capital D discourse. Because good God, the amount of people talking about this movie, many of which in ways that you would have thought Barbie and all the other Barbies violently murdered men who were just minding their own business. And then I will say there are other people on the other side who are acting like this broke open this tackled the patriarchy. This brought down the house. People who are acting like this is the greatest feminist movie of our lifetime. So with all of that discourse bumping around in my head because it's been unavoidable, I pretty much knew what the movie was about going into it, from the various trailers to the various marketing campaigns to everybody having a goddamn tweet or a think piece. So there was really nothing in this movie that was a surprise to me other than the fact that it really was... It really, at the end of the day, was just a, like, fun, big budgeted, blockbuster, studio film. That's what it was. And that's okay, right? That's fine. Greta Gerwig did not need to shoulder the responsibility of tackling the totality of what it means to be a woman in the world. Yeah, there were a few subtle critiques of consumerism, but it was more so like a wink, like a Barbie wink and a nod. You know what I mean? It didn't like lambast consumerism. It did not annihilate capitalism. Because at the end of the day, you guys, this is a massive studio film in conjunction with a massive toy company, Mattel. Right? So make no mistake, at the end of the day, this was a movie that was made to generate a shit ton of money. And already we're seeing Mattel is like, oh my God, hello, new cash cow. There's a Polly Pocket movie that's in the works with Lena fucking Dunham at the helm. They're talking about doing like all sorts, building out the Barbie universe, sequels. I mean, because this is what happens. You got a big budget film, it makes an ass ton of money, and now for the rest of your lives, you will get these movies. Okay? And this will have been the best one. I'm just letting you know right now. The Barbie movie is the beginning and the end of movies that feature Mattel toys. I was surprised by Ken's character, and that was mostly set in Barbie Land. I thought it was mostly going to be see how Barbie copes in the real world. Yeah, I mean, for a movie that is supposed to be about Barbie, that is directed towards women and little girls who are the ones who grew up playing with Barbie, there was a lot of Ken in the movie. Ryan Gosling was fantastic. Okay. He's fucking amazing. I did notice his age, which, you know what? I can say that because usually that's being talked about with women. And so in the spirit of Barbie, I am going to mention that I noticed Ryan Gosling has gotten older. He's still a baddie. He fucking slayed as Ken. To the point that sometimes it would almost upstage Barbie's character. I Am Knuff, that song of his, it's rattling around in my skull. Still hot as fuck, of course. But yeah, like the fake tan, you know what I mean? The makeup, that kind of almost made his age more apparent. The song was slight. The song was slight. Okay. All right. So. I think there has been far too much discourse about Barbie. And I think anything other than Barbie was very fun. Greta Gerwig did the best that she could within the parameters of this still being a film that was driven by a product, by a toy, by consumerism culture. She worked within the confines of that, and the material was funny. It was touching. It, she and Noah Baumbach, without them writing that script, Barbie would have been significantly worse. So I really do applaud Greta Gerwig. I think that even though there were many things that probably made this film tough to make, she did the best. I can't think of somebody who would have done a better job. And I think because she has so much talent as a director and she's really established her voice, because she's been in the biz for a long time. This is not her first rodeo. This is her first major studio film, but she really has established her voice as a director. And so she was still able to control the film. She was still able to implement her vision of this movie rather than have it be controlled by Mattel or Warner Brothers. I also think that, okay, on the one hand, Ben Shapiro, Piers Morgan, everybody on the right who's decrying this as the most offensive, woke, man-hating film of all time, to the point that the Los Angeles Times in their review had to specify that this film does not hate men. Oh yeah, they had to literally say, by the way, Barbie, the movie, does not hate men, just to be clear. But all of these bozos on the right got their balls all twisted up over this movie that honestly was not, it was like bubblegum feminism. You know what I mean? I love that it touched on sisterhood. I love that it touched on motherhood. I loved that it, it did try to tackle gender roles and feminism, patriarchy, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, like I said, this film, I think we have to be really careful about labeling films as feminist, as being these feminist powerhouses simply because they acknowledge the patriarchy. Now, I think Barbie obviously did more than acknowledge the patriarchy because nothing in Barbie was subtle. Everything about Barbie was so big, right? To the point that Ken literally, okay, mute. This isn't really a spoiler, but in case you're like, ah! mute. Okay. To the point that Ken, when he returns from the real world, where he is immediately radicalized into, I guess that is kind of a spoiler, into Barbie Land, he talks about patriarchy like it's a tangible thing, right? He's like, I'm gonna do the patriarchy. I'm bringing the patriarchy back. We're doing the patriarchy. You know what I mean? So nothing in this film was subtle, which was fine. Like, it didn't need to be. It didn't need to be this, it didn't need to be this gigantic rebuke of the patriarchy in a way that solved the problems of inequality, because that doesn't exist in the real world. Okay, you can unmute. I will return to a no spoiler review. You can unmute. I also think that we've gotten to a point now where what is in the theaters, what is like raking in the money are big budgeted studio films, right? That's the shift that we've seen in Hollywood. Mid-budget, lower budget films are lucky to even get a brief theatrical run. Yes, you're safe. You can unmute. So, these are the movies that are in our theaters, right? Marvel, Disney, DC, something like Barbie. So I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it's good for us to put these gigantic expectations on these big studio budgeted films to be our new sources of social commentary. I just don't think that when you have a film where the purpose of the film is to make a lot of money, it is never going to be satisfactory as far as being a very, a really sharp social commentary film. And so I was perfectly fine going into Barbie, not needing it to change the world, because it couldn't possibly, and nor should it. I was perfectly fine with watching Barbie, having fun, admiring the bubblegum Candyland, the witty moments. And so that's why I not only was so over the discourse on the right of them saying that this was like the most anti-men, man-hating film ever, because that is just ridiculous. I will tell you, there's one part I do want to talk about. I'll give you a moment. I'll talk about something else that's not a spoiler, and then I'll tell you guys to mute, because there is one part of the film that I really did not like. Really did not like. But before we get to that, what was I going to say? But yeah, okay, so the discourse on the right was annoying. And then also people on the left who were like, Barbie is peak white feminism. Oh, Barbie that was not, that didn't go far enough in dismantling inequality and really serving up an incredibly sharp and thoughtful criticism of the patriarchy. I was like, yeah, so basically the entirety of Twitter, yes. I was like, Jesus, okay, let's fucking relax, man. Let's relax. It doesn't matter, okay? If Barbie is peak white feminism, it doesn't matter. Who the fuck cares? Because Barbie, inherently, as a doll, the Barbie itself is the embodiment of, like, ideal white beauty, right? So for Greta Gerwig to make a film about Barbie, which is already a toy that's steeped in decades worth of criticism for upholding unrealistic female beauty standards, like, Jesus Christ, everybody needs to relax. This was a movie that was made for adults and children, okay? Let's remember that. And it's very obvious when you watch this movie that that one of the intended audiences is kids. This is not a movie that was made for adults that kids can also watch. This was a movie that was made for adults and children, specifically adult women and adult girls. Or sorry, adult women and little girls. And that's why I said the critiques on consumerism were more of like this one's for the adults here, right? It was literally a Barbie wink and a nod, like how she winks in the film. Yeah, it was like girl power central, It's not a chick flick, no. But again, keep in mind, this is a movie about fucking Barbie, okay? And who is it that grew up playing with Barbies? Typically, little girls. And this movie, from its get-go, is obviously made for women. It explores themes of motherhood, of sisterhood, of female identity. Because it's about Barbie discovering herself, but also discovering the reality of the world. Now, me saying that this was directed at women and girls does not mean that, of course, boys did not play with Barbies. But Barbie was invented for girls, right? Like the idea of a Barbie, and this is where the argument from Mattel on Barbie being a feminist icon comes in. They said Barbie was invented to show little girls that they could be anything. Because Barbie can be anything. Barbie can be an astronaut. Barbie can be a chef. Barbie can be whatever, a scientist, the president. And Barbie is a fully employed, fully independent woman. So that's where the idea of that, like, oh, well, Barbie was always feminist. Except it's funny because the creator of Barbie, who is featured in the film, but this part is not, has herself come out and said that she is not a feminist. She created Barbie for her daughter because she wanted an adult doll. She created Barbie in the 1950s. She based it off a German doll that she saw one day in a window, took that idea back to Mattel. At the time, people were not comfortable. The other executives were not comfortable with a doll having breastises, and full breastises. Yeah, but I think it's important to note, though, that the actual woman who was the original creator of Barbie has said that she is not a feminist. And when Mattel executives were asked if Barbie is a feminist movie, they said no. So, at the end of the day, Barbie is a fantasy comedy. Okay? It holds up a mirror to our world and in a fun way engages in different concepts. Is it a feminist manifesto? No. Does it need to be? Did it need to be? No. Can men enjoy the movie? Absolutely. Okay, so mute, because I am going to talk about the part in the film that did bug me. Mute. Dink donk. Okay. For a movie that was obviously created for or for women and girls, that is about Barbie, that so obviously is supposed to be girl power, right? Ken was featured a lot in the movie. Like I said, Ryan Gosling was fantastic. I think there was an idea there with his character and all the Ken characters that is definitely something worth exploring, but I felt that at the end, when Barbie apologized to Ken, he did not apologize to her. She apologized again to him. To me, that showed me that this was actually not a true feminist film. Because once again, you had Barbie, a woman who was attending to a man's feelings that had been hurt, not because she violently subjugated him, not because she controlled him in the Barbie land the way that men control women in the real world, but because she did not need him in her life. The Kens existed as an afterthought. They were peripheral in Barbie land. They were not abused. They were not violently subjugated. They just are Ken, you know? They're just Ken. And so that part bothered me that, okay, here we go. To wrap things up nicely, Barbie is sitting down. Ken, are you okay? Ken, I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry for not making you feel special. You know what I mean? It's like, we could have done without this part. We could have done without this part. Now, was I so angry that I'm going to write a think piece about it? With the same energy that Ben Shapiro and Piers Morgan did? No. Because like I said, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit enough. But yeah, it was just one part where I was like, oh. I also saw like some tweets of people saying that they loved that part of the movie and that they think it's really important that we do talk about men's loneliness and how beautiful it was that Barbie apologized to Ken. And I was like, no, we didn't need that. It felt like they were throwing a bone to the male audience to make sure their feelings weren't hurt. Yes, because in interviews, Greta Gerwig has talked about the fact that male anger and male loneliness is a very serious problem. But the thing is that, like, the reason men are lonely and angry and then turn to violence and turn to misogyny is because of the patriarchy. Right? Like, they need to make a conscious decision to turn away from the patriarchy. And that is not the responsibility of women. It's not. Again, you look at Barbie Land, which was supposed to be the opposite of the real world. In Barbie Land, women rule. Women are president. Women are all on the Supreme Court. It's all about the women. Well, guess what? It's actually not. It's not the opposite of the real world, because in the real world, men rule in a violent manner, and men benefit financially and in so many ways from subjugating women. So because of how women are, and because of the very nature of the patriarchy, you cannot have an opposite, Barbie Land be the opposite to the real world. And therefore the Kens are justified in in their anger at being ignored. Because at the end of the day, that's all it is. They're ignored, but not in a violent manner. Their self-worth is tied to Barbies, but it's not because Barbies are objectifying the Kens for their own benefit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, listen, I'm getting deep in it now. But that's why the apology at the end of the film annoyed me, because I was like, that's not necessary. Ken could have come to the realization, and it could have been from all the Kens and all the Barbies, that like he needs to go find his own identity. He needs to discover who he is in a way that is not just adhering to a patriarchal system. But we did not need Barbie to apologize to him, because he didn't apologize. It's one thing if he's like, Barbie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Barbie. I don't know, there's no excuse. And then she was like, I'm sorry too. No. She took his hand. She sat him down. And she said, I owe you an apology. I was like, no, you don't. Now, that is a mirror to our real society, but let me tell you, when I was in the audience, there were two parts that I heard a collective "aw," and one of them was Barbie apologizing. Okay, there were a lot of men sitting around me, and I heard a collective "aw," like, how sweet. And I was sitting there, like, drinking my slushy, being like, no. And the other part was towards the middle of the film, when Ken, you first see him kind of lash out, and he says something to Barbie where he's like, you did this to me, or whatever, or it's something where Ken snaps in anger, and you see hurt on his face. And I heard in the audience people sympathizing. I heard them going, you failed me. Yes. When he says, you failed me, the audience went, and I looked around like, no. Yeah, so those two parts there, the you failed me, oh, like poor Ken, look how hurt he is. And then the apology at the end, where I was like, no, I'm not with the audience on this. Okay, anyway, spoilers done. You can unmute. I guess I didn't perturb it like that, Dan, but I understand now. Yeah, for the fifth time, I did not go into this movie intending on coming back and delivering my own feminist manifesto, ripping every part of this film, ripping every moment of this film apart to be like, this did not fix the problems in our society. Because like I said, I did not expect to, nor did I want this film to have that social responsibility. I did not want this film to have the ideological pressure put on Greta Gerwig. I just wanted to have fun. And I did. Do you think Ryan gave the best performance? No. I think Ryan and Margot together gave the best performances. I thought obviously their performances were they were very different. Hers was much more she was much more of the heart of the film, of course. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say he outshone her. The only reason why I said sometimes there were moments where his character threatened to overshadow her character is just in the way the story was written. It had nothing to do with Margot not being the fabulous movie star that she is. Will Ferrell, I could have done without. I gotta be honest. Will Ferrell, first of all, he didn't do anything that he's never done before. Okay, we got Mugatu in there. We got every Will Ferrell character we've ever gotten. I would have liked, if that role were going to be in there, I would have liked that to go to someone who's not Will Ferrell, who might bring something new to the film. Yeah, you can unmute. I'm not doing spoilers anymore. What I think of Simu? Oh, Simu. Oh, Simu, man. I've said this before. I cannot believe how much I'm constantly seeing someone be collectively roasted online who, yes, of course, he had some very sus posts from the past. The thing with Mark Wahlberg. But as far as like having the internet collectively come together to mock you for not for not being guilty of an offense that I would consider completely, all career ending. Now, are there things he does that's really annoying? Yes. Do I think that he was terrible in the film? No. Do I think that Ryan Gosling was by far and away the best Ken? Yeah. He also had a more fully flushed out character. And yeah, there is a quality to Ryan Gosling that makes him so unique. But let's be clear, he was the main Ken, okay? I thought Simu did a good job. I don't think it's fair to compare him to Gosling. Again, Simu was a side role. He was the second leading Ken because he was in conflict with Ryan Gosling's Ken. But as far as being like, Gosling blew him out of the water, I'm like, Gosling was the other lead of the movie. Was Dua Lipa good? No, but she was fun. You know what I mean? Like, it was fun. It was fun to see her pop up. Did she do anything that had me be like, that's a movie star right there? No, but it was fun. You know what I was surprised about? I was surprised how many goddamn cameos, A-list cameos they got in this movie. Pretty much everybody else besides Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling, and America Ferrera were basically like cameos. Like, didn't really do much. Thoughts on Michael Cera? His eyebrows looked really strange. I couldn't stop looking at his drawn on like reddish brown eyebrows, but I loved Alan. It was really, yeah, his makeup was thick. He coded as a trans egg to me. He kind of did. He kind of did. Yeah, he's very baby girl. John Cena was yes, was a very brief cameo. It was incredible because John Cena is incredible. But like I said, you would be surprised how many people cameoed who didn't even talk. Like Emerald Fennell. Emerald Fennell was just the discontinued pregnant Barbie. That was her role. I don't think she spoke at all. She was in it for maybe 4 seconds. Kingsley Benaderet. Yeah, like most of the people in the movie did not get much airtime, right? Because the movie was about Barbie and then Ken. But of course, there were awesome things about the movie, like having Hari Neff, having, various Barbies of all shapes and sizes, and of course, they really nailed it on the diversity of Barbies, which is a reflection of what Mattel, the toy company who owns Barbie, has attempted to do in recent years to keep up with the times, to have Barbie be a reflection of our current cultural climate. Uh, I thought Kate McKinnon was really funny. I really loved her in that role. I think Kate I think Kate McKinnon as an actress, in totality kind of does the same thing, but I loved her weird Barbie. She's really good at doing that that specific type of weirdness, I don't think I would like to see Kate McKinnon. I mean, this is kind of just now going off on a little bit of a tangent. I would like to see Kate McKinnon play other types of characters. I'd like to see how far her acting chops can stretch because it does feel like she kind of does the same thing whether in sketches or in movies. I think she's hilarious, but she always plays the like, oh yeah, let me tell you something. You got to be like me. She said in an interview her dream is Willy Wonka. Well, let me tell you, anybody is better than Timmy Chalamet. Okay. Let's get anybody up in there other than Timmy Chalamet. I think we got to redo the movie. And I think we need to go back to A-list actors having to audition. No more of this, you just get the role. Okay? You got to be like everybody else. And you need to audition. Timothy Chalamet did not audition for Willy Wonka. He was given the role. And you know what? That's on them, okay? They have nobody to blame but themselves. Yeah, so in Hollywood, most of us actors have to audition millions and millions of times. There are certain A-list talent who just get offered roles without auditioning. Timothy Chalamet has reached that upper echelon of A-list talent where now, I'm not saying every role he just gets offered, but there are definitely roles that he does not have to audition for against other people. He just gets offered the role. And he got offered Willy Wonka without having them audition anybody else. He didn't have to screen test. He didn't have to, do any chemistry reads. He didn't have to audition up against any other actors. He was just offered Willy Wonka. Oh yeah, I did see this video. What's up, Josh? Okay, I guess I'm probably wrapping up the convo on Barbie, but yeah, I would give it a thumbs up. I had a good time. Do not go into it. Okay, if you have not seen Barbie yet, please don't go into it with these ginormous expectations. Please ignore the discourse on both sides of the aisle. All right? Did we F? Dude, I wish that they had offered, I wish, like, a Nicholas Hoult had gotten the chance to audition for Willy Wonka, right? Somebody who's got way more quirkiness than Timothy Chalamet, who's just, playing an idea of quirkiness. No. Willy Wonka is not in the Barbie universe. No. No. I would write a Barbie sequel about gender identity. I mean, that's what it kind of was about, and we will be getting Barbie sequels. Yeah. I have not seen Oppenheimer. Here's what I will say. I would say I cannot believe people are actually doing the Barbenheimer. Because Barbie was under 2 hours, but with trailers, of course, you know, you're looking at 2:30. And after I saw Barbie, like, I was ready to go home. I was not, even if I had had the time, I was not in the mood to then go see MFing Oppenheimer. Like, I get wanting to do the meme. I get wanting to be a part of this fun thing on the internet. And it has worked financially in the favor of both of those films. Oppenheimer made $5 million in a day because Barbie was sold out. Like, Oppenheimer, which has nothing to do with Barbie, has made millions of dollars simply because Barbie was sold out. And so people went, oh, I guess I'll go see Oppenheimer, which they probably would not have seen otherwise. I think you have to see Oppenheimer before Barbie. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do the Barbenheimer, you definitely need to see Oppenheimer and then Barbie, because you're going to get out of Barbie and you're going to be like, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Dua Lipa, Mark, you know what I mean? And then you're going to go sit in Oppenheimer where the score of the film will, like, the score of the film for 3 hours will just be relentless in your skull. You're basically going from, you know, bubblegum pink Barbie land to you know, a movie about a weapon that killed millions of people. Was my theater full of people wearing pink? Kind of. Not really. Like, nobody was decked out. It was relentless, but I loved it. I saw Oppenheimer a couple hours. I will go see Oppenheimer, but I am not, I was like, there's no way I can do these back to back, even if I didn't plan on streaming tonight. I also, there's a few movies that are out that I am excited to see. So I might try to see, let's see, it's Thursday. Oh God, Oppenheimer. I just know I need like 4 hours. Right? Because the movie is 3 hours, a little over 3 trailers, time to get to the theater. So it's basically a whole afternoon. I wonder if studios will try to release weirdly matched movies on the same day again. So here's the thing. It's not the first time that studios have done this, where they've done film releases on the same day, and then made a whole, have had a collective campaign where people are excited to see a double feature. This was the most successful one. I'm telling you, without Barbie, Oppenheimer would not have made as much money as it made on opening weekend. Barbie did not need Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer needed Barbie, is what I'll say. Because I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who saw Oppenheimer who would not have otherwise seen Oppenheimer. It is a Nolan film, but it's not Batman. You know? It's Oppenheimer. It's about the guy who made the atom bomb. Yeah, listen, I'm not saying that Oppenheimer wouldn't have done well. I'm just saying what we have seen evidence-wise of, like, Oppenheimer made, like I said, one day, $5 million extra because Barbie was sold out in theaters. Like, people would go to see Barbie. It was sold out. So they're like, oh, I'll go see Oppenheimer. And because of the Barbenheimer, meme campaign really drove more people to see Oppenheimer than I think otherwise would have seen it. Also, Cillian Murphy, I love him. He is not a huge name. You know what I mean? Obviously, we know who Cillian Murphy is, but he's not Christian Bale. He's not a gigantic movie star. Margot Robbie is, and I will go to my grave saying anybody who thinks that Margot Robbie is not a goddamn movie star she has been a goddamn movie star for quite some time now. And I will take that, put that on my headstone, okay? Margot Robbie been a goddamn movie star. I mean, as far as star power, okay? It has nothing to do with talent. Me calling Margot Robbie oh my God, Margot Robbie a movie star versus Cillian Murphy does not mean Cillian Murphy is not a grade A talent. I think he's amazing. I love him. But as far as Cillian Murphy being a household name versus Margot Robbie. Lieutenant Smokin', thank you for the 9 months. Comrade Moses, thank you for the 10.
Hi Caroline. I'm late today. Kwang love Quinn fart dance.
Eleanor, thank you for the 4 months. All right, I gotta grab some water. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Ooh, I'm sweating. This laser's making me sweat. All right. Let's talk about... All right, speaking of the opposite of women power, girls supporting girls. What kind of laser did I do? I did an erbium laser. We got the opposite. Ethan Slater's soon-to-be ex-wife, or maybe officially now ex-wife, I think the divorce is being finalized, has gone nuclear. Deservedly so, okay? She has contacted every news outlet saying, who wants to know what's up? It's very sad. Like I said, at the end of the day, even though, you know, we're talking about celebrities here, which calling SpongeBob SquarePants a celebrity is a stretch. But even though we're talking about celebrities, there are people involved in this situation who have had their lives destroyed. So his ex-wife, Lily J, broke her silence on his new relationship with Ariana Grande, saying that her family is collateral damage in their whirlwind romance. Those were her words, collateral damage. Also her words, Ariana's the story, really. Ooh! She is not a girl's girl. My family is just collateral damage. Yikes. The story is her and Dalton, she added. According to Page 6, multiple sources said Lily had been calling every news outlet to get this story out. Now, I said this yesterday, but I will reiterate it. Because Ariana Grande really is not a girl's girl. She not only got close to the couple. When Lily would come visit Ethan on set, Ariana would hang out with them, got to know his wife. She would like posts that he would post about her. Like gushy posts. Oh, you know, I love my wife. She's amazing, blah, blah, blah. Ariana would like those posts. Meanwhile, she and Ethan were going to Pound Town. Yeah, he just had a baby with his wife. Yeah, they just had a baby. Brand new little baby. So, TLDR, if you don't know the story, Ethan Slater is a Broadway actor. He starred as SpongeBob SquarePants on Broadway. That's why I call him SpongeBob SquarePants. Ariana Grande is Ariana Grande. The two of them have been filming Wicked, the movie, since July of last year. Production has been put on hold due to the strikes, but they have been working together for months. And recently, word got out that Ariana... So in like the span of 24 hours, we found out Ariana had separated from her husband, Dalton Gomez, of 2 years, and was rumored to be dating her Wicked co-star, Ethan Slater. And then it gets out, now Ethan Slater is separated from his wife. And then, of course, parties from both groups were trying to maintain that no cheating had happened, that both people were separated from their spouses. But you're telling me that these two have been working on a movie together in London since last July, and the timing just so happens to be that they both separated from their spouses around the same time, and then shortly after news broke that then they had started dating. And his wife's response tells us that that there was absolutely something going on here. Skeletor, thank you. Skeletor, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, this man was already batting 1,000 with his wife, who he has been together. They've been together for 11 years, 12 years. And like I said, we're talking about Ariana Grande, who not only has a history of taking unavailable men, but who writes songs like Thank You Next, who has lyrics like break up with your girlfriend, I'm bored. So it's incredibly stupid of Ethan, and then also very devastating for his wife and child, that he blew up his family for a girl who is going to move on as soon as this movie is done. In 6 months' time, SpongeBob SquarePants will be old news, and she will have moved on to the next man. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to Ariana Grande. Grandy. Worth it though, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea, of course, what he is thinking in this situation. But I'm like, this man cannot possibly think that it's going to work out with Ariana Grande. He cannot possibly think that they're in it for the long haul. Yeah, my man said, my life is ruined. I blew up my family, but worth it for a couple months of dating Ariana Grande. Yeah, he's been down in the ocean for too long. Or actually, he's not been in the ocean long enough and he's just a dried up little sponge. But anyway, that's the update there. Okay, in entertainment news, Abigail Disney, the granddaughter of Walt Disney co-founder Roy O. Disney, had some words for CEO Bob Iger. During an interview with Rolling Stone published Tuesday, Disney was asked about Iger's comments on the writers and actors on strike, which, of course, he said that they were being unrealistic and asking for better pay and working conditions. His comments were made from the Sun Valley Conference, otherwise known as the Summer Camp for Billionaires. If you spend too much time at the Summer Camp for Billionaires, you're going to forget that there are other kinds of people in the world who aren't necessarily billionaires, Disney said. And I think he forgot where he was and what the world is really like, which is easy to do, especially when you're on a private plane. When asked if she believes that Iger should be replaced, Disney stopped short of saying yes. I really think it's time for businesses to reimagine what the point of a corporation is and why a corporation exists, and if we're going to think of ourselves as a bunch of businesses creating livelihood for people, we need to rethink how we create those livelihoods, she said. You mean we should go back to a profit-sharing model where workers share in the success, in the spoils? Disney has called Iger out in the past, penning a series of tweets in 2019 about the CEO's $65 million salary and encouraging a redistribution of that wealth. She's like one of the few billionaires, and I think it's because she's an heiress, right? Like, it's inherited wealth. Obviously, a lot of billionaires have inherited wealth, but seem to forget that. And so she's really one of the only ones who publicly talks about wealth redistribution, about taxing corporations. You know, what on earth would be wrong with shifting some of the profits, the fruits of these employees' labor, to some folks other than those at the top, she wrote. She willing to redistribute her own wealth? Yeah. She's been involved pretty politically. I feel like I'm always seeing a statement from her. She's donated a ton of her wealth. I believe she's talked about a wealth tax. It feels unreal that there's people with the last name Disney. Yeah. Imagine just the last name Disney. Because the thing is, if your last name is Disney, I mean, like, how many Disneys are there in the world who would not be related to the Disney family? What's up? I'm John Disney. All right, let's talk about the corpses in Congress and about how Democrats just continue to be so goddamn annoying. Whenever something like this happens, aka whenever a Republican who's spent their entire life ruining people's lives happens to suffer from something medically. And in Mitch McConnell's case, he's got great health care. Great health care that he has spent his entire career trying to make sure that the everyday American does not have access to. I really wish that when people like Mitch McConnell, who genuinely, part of his legacy will be his relentless attacks throughout his career on any form of healthcare that was ever passed in the government. This motherfucker blocked healthcare for 9/11 responders, okay? I mean, I could go on a list of things as to why we should not feel badly when he suffers from something medically, but why it's okay to be cheering for his demise. And you want to know what actually I'm bummed about? You want to know what what in this situation made me go, oh man, that's too bad, is the fact that he didn't die. Okay? And if you want to come in here and defend Mitch McConnell, you can see yourself out. So anyway, this was Brooklyn Dad's tweet. Of course, Brooklyn Dad, who, my God, does this man ever not have the most neo-lib take ever? This is always what happens. The civility takes hit Twitter. And these bitch-ass neo-libs feel the need to tweet, guys, let's not take the road that they take. We're better than that. We don't like Mitch McConnell. None of us do, of course. But he had a medical incident today. I saw a lot of well-wishers on our side, as it should be. Or there's this one, which I also responded to. I hope folks on our side can resist the urge to wish Mitch McConnell ill or attack his age. Do unto others. ... I despise his politics, but this is hard to watch, and I wish him good health. I don't! I hope his health worsens. I despise his politics, but guess what? It goes beyond politics. Okay? It goes beyond politics because this man is responsible for people's deaths in this country. This man who has constantly continuously blocked legislation to lower the prices of prescription drugs, blocked legislation to lower the prices of things like insulin, who has tried to undo Obamacare, which is really the bare minimum in providing healthcare to people in this country. He has spent his whole life serving the Mitch McConnell agenda. This is the reason why our Supreme Court today is the way that it is. Because of this fucking ghoul. You want to know what he calls himself, ironically? Mitch McConnell refers to himself as the Grim Reaper of Democratic legislation because his entire career has been about blocking Democratic legislation, even if it is popular with the people in this country. Especially when Obama took office. Mitch McConnell made it very clear he has not pretended anything else. He made it clear that his number one priority was to block and obstruct any legislation that Barack Obama would try to pass. And once Joe Biden took office, he's doing the exact same thing. He is the longest running GOP Senate leader in history. His job is to work with Democrats to reach across the aisle to have bipartisan legislation, particularly when it is popular in this country. But no, Mitch McConnell cares about one thing, and that is his own ambition. And guess what? He achieved what he set out to do. And one of his big goals on Mitch McConnell's to-do list was to turn the Supreme Court into a conservative court. And he achieved that. I mean, this man was making up rules and then breaking rules in order to put 3 deeply conservative justices on the Supreme Court. This man not only enabled Donald Trump, he was right there alongside him. Actually, in totality, the crazy thing is that Mitch McConnell, legislative-wise, has been worse for this country than Donald Trump. Mitch McConnell has been in office for decades. He has been, like I said, the longest running GOP Senate leader. So when something like this happens, where let me play the clip of when, God damn it, I thought that he was actually going to have, this was it. I thought this was the end, but unfortunately it was not.
People.
Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me? Anyway, this was yesterday during a news conference. By the way, earlier this year, he had suffered a concussion after falling down. He's endured 2 other falls this year, one of which he was out for like 6 weeks. I'm like, I thought the whole thing was, as an old person, if you fell and broke a hip, that was it, you're done. And somehow Mitch McConnell just happens to bounce back. So there is no God. Really, Madge, why does he keep surviving? That's what I'm asking.
We're on a path to finishing the NDA this week. It's been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
Hello. I cannot believe how long they let him stand there.
Should just go back to your office. Do you want to say anything else to the press? Let's go back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper said to the Grim Reaper, "What's up, bitch?"
Could you address what happened here at the start of the press conference, and was it related to your injury from earlier this year where you suffered a concussion?
Jesus Christ, man.
You find you're fully able to
Yeah.
do your job?
Oh, do you find you're able to do your job,
Other thing to
Senator?
keep in-
Yeah. Okay. You want to know the crazy thing? Mitch McConnell is almost a decade younger than Dianne Feinstein. All right. So make no mistake. Me talking about Mitch McConnell right now does not take away at all my ire for Dianne Feinstein still being in office. And we're going to get to her moment today, what happened today in just a sec. But let's be clear. When I say term limits and age limits, I mean for both parties. Mitch McConnell is the fourth oldest member of Congress. There are 3 members who are even older than him, and he is 81. Dianne Feinstein is 90 years old. It is absolutely ridiculous that our government has just become a fucking retirement home, an adult day center, an adult daycare. This is the most powerful country on earth. And it's like these people, this just speaks to how power hungry they are, how absolutely narcissistic they are, where they will not retire. And this goes to, this goes for RBG as well. Okay. That rather than retire and enjoy the last few years, especially when they have been diagnosed with illnesses, especially when they have been dealing with physical ailments and still refuse to call it quits and spend their final years with their family, spending time with their grandchildren and probably their great-grandchildren because they're so fucking old. But yeah, so Mitch McConnell, in addition to whatever the hell happened in that press conference where it looked like either a seizure, a stroke, a dementia moment, I don't know. He has had multiple falls this year. He fell at the Waldorf Astoria in Washington and slammed his head, suffered a concussion and broken ribs, which sidelined him for nearly 6 weeks before he returned to the Senate. Would we be so lucky that one of these falls would finally take him out? Please. Please. So anyway, whenever I see these respectability politics, it pisses me off because we are so far past this point. We are so far past when they go low, we go high. We are done with that because these people are demonic. They are evil. Their entire existence is to make our lives hell. Okay? Particularly this ghoul right here. So I don't understand how people can still be saying, you know what? We disagree politically, but at the end of the day, he's a person. It's like, no, he's not. No, he sold his soul, okay? He is no longer a person. He calls himself the Grim Reaper of democratic legislation. His entire career has been self-serving. He does not care about this country. He does not care about the people in this country. So we do not wish him good health. And in fact, somebody like him, who has done everything he can to slash healthcare budgets, okay, to slash Medicaid, to slash Medicare, to repeal Obamacare, blocking healthcare for 9/11 responders, blocking legislation that would lower the price of medication. Somebody like him, when he suffers a health issue, he should have to do what the rest of us do. He should have to face a healthcare system that he has laid upon the people of this country who are not, who are not wealthy, who do not have the money nor the resources to obtain the care that somebody like him gets. Also, the way a lot of these same civility libs talk about the unhoused, their empathy only seems to extend to powerful Republicans a lot of the time. Yeah. No. Fuck these people, right? And of course, I hope it's my favorite thing is to is to respond with a heart emoji. Bro. I mean, these comments. He's actually dying, so I wouldn't go that hard. You know what? If me going that hard contributes to his death, then I'll keep going. I don't give a fuck. And also, this comparison here is ridiculous, okay? When Senator John Fetterman had a medical episode, there were legions of Republicans who made fun and mocked him. I hate these comparisons. Oh, Democrats didn't mock Mitch McConnell, who is an evil person. Republicans mocked John Fetterman when he had a medical episode, right? Like, this comparison is this shouldn't even be made. We are not the same. Yeah, you want to know why? Because y'all are lacking a spine. We are not the same, aka we, the people with a spine, versus you guys who do not have one. So actually, people like Brooklyn Dad Defiant and all these neolibs have more in common with Republicans. What do libs want, a fucking cookie or something? They want charity points. Yeah, you know what it is that at the end of the day, people who are still responding, emphasizing civility politics, it just goes to show me that actually they don't give a shit about what the Republicans have done. It just goes to show me that at the end of the day, they are not affected. They are not affected by what these Republicans are doing. Because at the end of the day, we should all be wishing that Mitch McConnell fucking croaks. Okay? Because this man is responsible for people's deaths. And that is not hyperbole. He is responsible for the erosion of our democracy. And that is not hyperbole either. Liberals care more about PR points and being, yes, they do. They want to be seen as the good guys. That's what they care about. They want to be seen as, we always take the high road. I mean, I will never forgive Michelle Obama for saying when they go low, we go high. That is the dumbest saying that she could have come up with. When they go low, we go high. Oh, okay. So when they go low, AKA destroying the Supreme Court, blocking important legislation that would help the people in this country. Okay. When they go low, continuously slashing taxes for the very wealthiest in this country, which comes at the expense of those of us who are not. When they go low, we go high and do what? Say, well, at least we're good people. They don't give a shit, you fools. They do not give a shit about the perception of being good people. If only. Honestly, if only. Yeah, and so here's the thing, guys. Even if Mitch McConnell dies, which would be, you know, I'll throw a fucking party on stream. If Mitch McConnell steps down, Kentucky Republicans had made sure years ago that it won't be a Democrat who replaces him. So Andy Bashar, the current Kentuckian governor, could not even replace Mitch McConnell with someone of his choosing, which would be a Democrat. He would have to choose a Republican. GOP legislators in Kentucky with Mitch McConnell's backing made it impossible for anyone but a Republican to replace him. Senate Minority Leader McConnell, the president, called to check up on me, and I told him I got sandbagged. McConnell doesn't answer questions about what happened, just says, I'm fine.
Well, the president called to check on me. I told him I got sandbagged.
Oh, I'm fine. Fucking Google. So in 2021, Bashir attempted to veto a bill that would have restricted his power to replace a U.S. senator with someone of his choosing if the senator were to resign or die before their term was up. But the state's Republican-run legislature overrode Bashir's veto, with McConnell strongly backing the effort, according to the Courier-Journal. Under the approved Senate bill, the governor of Kentucky would now be forced to choose someone of the same political party as the senator who left their job when temporarily filling a vacant seat. Yeah, so these Republicans, they're always working, okay? Anyway, enough is enough. You know, you want to know the equivalent to Democrats taking the I'm praying for them even though we disagree on politics? It's like the thoughts and prayers that Republicans offer up. It's like you got the thoughts and prayers on the Republican side when it comes to mass shootings, gun violence. And then on the Democratic side, you've got we take the high road here. I wish them well. We put politics aside. Libs in chat losing it. I mean this sincerely. I mean this sincerely. Like, if you think I am a bad person for praying that McConnell does not make it, then you're a fucking idiot. Okay? If you're genuinely sitting here and going, wow, the evil person in this situation is not Mitch McConnell, but Caroline Kwan, you're a fucking idiot. And I hope you enjoy licking his stinky ass. Truly. And let me tell you, if I did not think I would have been blocked and suspended on Twitter, I would have gone a lot harder. But this was the most that I could do. Do I like Mitch McConnell? No. But at the end of the day, do I put aside the politics and wish him well as he recovers from a medical crisis? Absolutely fucking not. And you want to know what? This tweet is one of my highest, I don't know, viral tweets, whatever you would call it. Which just goes to show that if you think, you know, I'm a bad person for wanting him to kick the bucket, well, yeah, you're in the minority there, okay? I had no idea you were this awesome. I don't even think it's like that radical of me to look at someone like Mitch McConnell and go, yeah, that guy is evil. We should not be praying that he makes it. Why? Why would we want, but I appreciate you, River. Why would we want this evil man? Like, how in the same breath do you refer to Mitch McConnell as a bad man, as one whose politics are bad, and then go, but I still hope he recovers. I'm still praying for his recovery. Because at the end of the day, then, actually, you really don't think that he's that evil. Eddie, thank you for the tier 1. We do not just, okay. Listen, you guys. Same thing goes for when someone dies, all right? Let's say Mitch McConnell died. If I tweet out, ding dong, the witch is dead. If I tweet out a little celebration of Mitch McConnell being dead, that is not me being a bad person. Just because somebody dies or is dying, bitch better have my health care.
Usual Al donated $20. I totally agree with you.
Usual Al, thank you for the dono. Just because someone dies or is dying does not mean that then we can just forget about every horrible thing that they have done, particularly when they are politicians like Mitch McConnell, who have so much power and have utilized that power to the expense of the American people. So him hopefully dying, or the day that he dies, does not mean that then let's respect the man and his family, okay? No, he didn't respect us. The whole don't speak ill of the dead or don't speak ill of people who are facing health issues just because you because you disagree with them politically. No. This is not as simple as a disagreement about politics. I disagree with it's funny that I'm saying this now, but like an Elizabeth Warren, or here's a better example. Gavin Newsom, okay? I probably don't agree with Gavin Newsom on most things because he's closer to a centrist Democrat than he would be a leftist. This is not like a political disagreement here when it comes to somebody like Mitch McConnell. This is somebody who has dedicated his career to advancing his interests, which are the interests of big corporations and the wealthy in this country. That has been his entire life's mission, all right? And what he has done, just the long-term damages of what Mitch McConnell has done, namely the Supreme Court. Look at everything that has happened in just the past couple months with the Supreme Court. That is Mitch McConnell. He is responsible for that first and foremost. So I'm going to move on. But for the last time, if you're upset about me or anybody else praying that this man meets his maker, which in his case is the devil, then you can also get fucked. Question: if Mitch makes it to the end of his term and then retires, does that mean there's a chance for the seat to go to a Democrat? If you mean if he does not if he makes it to his full term and then there's like an election, not a special election where the governor would appoint someone. In either case, no shot. They have gerrymandered the absolute shit out of Kentucky. So, you know, whether he makes it to the end of his term or not, no. Yeah, I just love the irony of Mitch McConnell coming face to face with the Grim Reaper in that press conference, while he himself has proudly called himself the Grim Reaper of Democratic legislation. It's time to leave politics when you start wishing death. Leave politics as in, like, I should never talk about politics again because I hope Mitch McConnell dies. Okay, dude. You're right. I honestly, like, if people who are not wishing for him to kick the bucket, either they just do not know how evil he is, or they agree with everything he's done. You know? Or maybe they are, maybe they just enjoy life kicking the shit out of them. And like I said, I am not, like, anyone I disagree politically with praying for them to die. I disagree with Gavin Newsom. If Gavin Newsom got sick, I wouldn't be like, oh, yes, I hope he dies, praying for his death. No. Because Gavin Newsom and I disagree, what I would say more so politically, whereas Mitch McConnell, I would not even call it a difference in politics. I would call it a difference in valuing human life or not. Anyway. Anywho, I got that off my chest. Let's talk about... Oh, you know what? While we're talking, we should look at Feinstein real quickly. These goddamn corpses, man. When will it be enough? So today, a confused Dianne Feinstein tried to give a speech in the middle of a Senate hearing and was told to just say "I" instead. Here's the moment.
Senator Feinstein.
Say aye.
Pardon me?
Aye.
Yeah.
Just say aye.
I would like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense. And it funds priorities submitted.
Yeah, just say aye.
Okay, just
I'm not laughing because it's funny in a comedic way. I'm laughing because I cannot believe this old ass bitch is still trying to they're still propping up her corpse so that she can cast votes.
aye.
Thank you.
And the excuses that her team constantly makes for her. A Feinstein spokesperson later said that the senator was confused during a chaotic hearing. Really? Because no one else seemed to be confused. The senator was preoccupied, didn't realize that debate had just ended and a vote was called. She started to give a statement and was informed that it was a vote and then cast her vote. Like, it's no big deal. It's no biggie. Anybody would have done it. Could have happened to anyone. Just because she's 1,000 years old and her skin is being taped together with duct tape, with invisible Scotch tape. No. It was a chaotic hearing. Even though nobody else got confused, it has nothing to do with her age and her physical and mental status. Yeah, such chaos in a room where everyone's just sitting there quietly. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute, but it comes as concerns remain on Capitol Hill about Feinstein's ability to adequately serve in office. She is 90 years old. 90 years old. Making her the oldest senator. She missed months of votes earlier this year, leading to delays in advancing President Joe Biden's judicial nominees. The Senate Appropriations Committee was considering legislation that would provide hundreds of billions of dollars for the Pentagon, the EPA, and other major federal departments and agencies. The panel's purse string power makes it highly desirable, but senior members have a better chance of securing a seat on the committee. In recent weeks, Feinstein voted in favor of a Republican-led amendment during a different Senate hearing before being corrected. Feinstein, insider reporter Brian Metzger also observed Feinstein asking her chief of staff, "Where are we going?" as she was wheeled into an elevator. Oh my God. Isn't she like, okay, what's the order of, isn't she fourth in line for the presidency? She can't retire because she's a girl boss. Yeah. And me calling upon her to retire is sexist. Just like it was sexist to call upon RBG to retire. Yeah. Those of us who are calling on Feinstein to retire, we're sexist. We do not support girl bosses. How are you so well informed and not severely depressed? Honestly, having this platform has helped me be able to process politics and then talk about it. There was a long period of time when I was just alone with my own thoughts, and I went into a very dark place and then had to take a break from politics. And then I started streaming. So my deal is that obviously I talk about politics a lot. I don't talk about politics all day, every day on stream. I'll just kind of cover the big things, and I'll try to do it without spending hours on it. And of course, my focus normally is on the intersection of politics and pop culture. That's kind of my bread and butter. So that's why the writers, the WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes, even though I'm in both those unions, that's like a perfect intersection of my interests with politics and pop culture. Did you study poli-sci? No, I've worked in politics since I was in high school. My first campaign was Obama's campaign. I volunteered for that. And then I worked on campaigns all throughout college. And then after college, I worked for a political fundraising firm up until 2016. Moved to LA. Started working in the entertainment industry. I did, more than most of the people I graduated with. Well, I think the joke with poli-sci, like my boyfriend in college, he and all his buddies were poli-sci majors because it was a very easy major to have at the college we went to. They never went to class. They were not particularly good students. It's great to hear a woman on Twitch talking about politics and movies. Love the balance. Well, that makes me happy to hear. I'm glad that it resonates with a lot of you. Like I say, it's not always easy, so I do, for my own mental health, try to balance out my content. You feel like that's also why I don't talk about politics all the time. One, because I don't want to, but two, if I did, it would be even a more constant flow of hate, threats. You went from politics to acting. How are you not a right-wing grifter? Oh, just you wait. That's my next era. I'm basically going to see how streaming goes. And then I will be transitioning over to my right-wing grifter era. Oh yeah, you guys haven't seen the American flag suit, some of you. I bring that out on special occasions. My my cheap polyester American flag suit that makes me look like I'm on Newsmax. OAN. Yeah, but anyway, okay. Let's do this, and then we will cover what the hell's going on with this heat wave. These heat waves. And then we'll, after that, we'll watch a video. Why are people not getting married anymore? Myself included. So, it is very hot. It's very, very hot. Not just in Europe, as I'm sure you've seen a lot of news reports over. D-Dog, thank you for the bits. And watching your VODs during work absolutely helps with getting through the day. Yay! Love that. But it's very, very hot in Los Angeles. And in particular, the last month has been very brutal out on the picket lines because there is usually little to no shade. And so in some areas of town, they've had to limit the picketing from 9 to noon rather than in the beginning it was 9 to 4. And then it was 9 to 2, and now it's 9 to noon because it is dangerously hot. So we saw that NBC Universal, because again, when we're talking about the bad guys in this equation, we're talking about cartoon villains. NBC Universal had trimmed the trees where the protesters were picketing, and the trees were the only form of shade. And as I've said, the temperatures have just been going up, up, and up. Well, it turns out that they illegally trimmed those trees. Unfortunately, they were only fined $250 for that. Now, the latest, Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA threaten legal action over Radford picketing conditions. Radford is where James Corden used to have his show. The unions contend that the historic Studio City lot, owned by a private equity firm that is seeking approval on a politically sensitive billion-dollar renovation, has made protesting there unnecessarily dangerous. So a week after filing National Labor Relations Board grievances against NBC Universal for the trees, the two striking Hollywood unions are reaching their limit at another picketing location, Radford Studio Center. Both allege that Radford's ownership had deprived them of their constitutional right to protest at the site safely and fairly. Because guess what? This is a constitutional right. You have the right to protest, to strike safely and fairly. Hackman Capital Partners, an LA-based real estate investment and operations firm with, by its own account, more than $10 billion in overall assets and a global reach in properties focused on film and television production, owns the 55-acre facility. While Hackman isn't a member of the AMPTP, many of its tenants are, hence the picketing. At Radford, which is a Strzok company, Paramount and CBS dominates the lot, while Apple also has a presence. The conflict is over where picketing is allowed. During the 2007 strike, when Viacom CBS still owned the lot, members marched along the tree-lined Radford Avenue entrance, which is the main entrance, and that is used by talent and executives. In May, when this current strike began, Hackman marked all 4 gates on Radford Avenue as neutral. Now, you might have remembered Adam Conover talking about neutral gates, but just as a reminder, that means that that is a gate that is strictly for the use of tenants, that is not involved in the union dispute. Therefore, it means that picketers, protesters cannot march in front of a neutral gate. So the strikers could only protest at a single auxiliary gate in the back, which facilitates the arrival of live audience members as well as service workers. This eastern gate features a narrow strip of sidewalk and zero shade. Not ideal for a giant group of people being out there every day picketing. The WGA says it has unsuccessfully solicited an explanation from Hackman for its determination. Theories are circulating on the picket line. The sight and sound of protesters are purposely being kept as far as possible from the facility's office workers, and even more crucially, residents of the immediate neighborhood whom ownership needs to cultivate among a high-stakes ongoing government approval process for a billion-dollar campus upgrade. Or else, perhaps it's just retribution to make things uncomfortable for a group that has made their clients uncomfortable, whether or not they are party to the AMPTP dispute. Like, fuck these guys. They're not even in the AMPTP. What the fuck is this? Bro, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, right? What the fuck is this? I'm sure that that's what you meant by that, right? Officially, the WGA's executive leadership won't speculate about the motivation. However, spokesperson tells The Hollywood Reporter in a statement that we are committed to the safety of our members and have not ruled out the possibility of legal action. In its own statement, SAG-AFTRA, which has yet to formally send members to picket at the location, noted, "We are appalled that yet another studio has decided to relegate peaceful picketers who have made enormous profits for them for decades to unsafe picketing conditions, and we are investigating all legal options that would hold them accountable and enforce our members' constitutional rights." Sue their asses. I know I started off the stream saying that I'm not, somebody who pulls the typical American, I'm going to sue you. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. I don't have a lawyer, first of all. But now I'm saying sue their asses. They are evil. Okay, not only have they screwed us over, have they screwed workers over for years now, They do this shit. These are peaceful protesters. These are people who are exercising their constitutional right to protest. Yeah, sue corporations. I'm on board. I'm always on board with that. Hackman declined to explain its gate rationale, of course. Radford Studio Center president said, Radford Studio Center supports the union's lawful right to picket our facility. Well, yeah. You better, because that's our constitutional right. But you guys saying, yeah, we support your constitutional right to do that doesn't mean that you're not making it significantly harder for us to do so. Anyway. Fuck them. You know, that always seems to be the theme in any story I cover. Either politicians who answer to the wealthy in this country, billionaires and corporations, or the billionaires and corporations themselves. They would let people die, yeah, if it means that they make more money, if they have more power. They do not care about us. Are there big celebs openly anti-strike? No. No, that would be deeply unwise. That would be very bad for them. Now, there are big celebs who we have not seen hide nor tail of on the picket lines.
That's what it feels like. In fact,
where is Simu Liu? That's what I'm saying. Where's Ben Affleck? I'm sure they secretly wouldn't care about the strike either way. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely big A-listers who don't care. Because it doesn't affect them. They're not going to come out publicly and say they don't care. Or even worse than that, that they support the studios. But not every single person in Tinseltown is on the same page when it comes to these strikes. Okay, so speaking of it being hot as hell, what headphones do you use? These are ATH M50X. ATH M50X. I don't know what that means. So, yeah, it's hot as hell. July is on track to beat June, which was already called the hottest month. It was, the recorded temperatures were the hottest. Made it the hottest month on Earth. So that was great. And what's even better now is that July is on track to beat that month.
Earth is on fire. At least that's what it feels like. In fact, Planet Earth is on
fire. At least that's what it feels like. God, sometimes reporters just make me laugh. Planet Earth is on fire.
On fire, at least that's what it feels like. In fact, July 2023 is on track to be even hotter than June, which
at least that's what it feels like.
The hottest month ever on Earth, according to meteorologists. In Europe right now, wildfires in Greece are burning for a fifth day as firefighters battle to get things under control and the blazing heat there. And here in the U.S., the heat is spiking emergency room visits because of burns. NBC's Josh Letterman is standing by in Greece, just outside of Athens. First, let's go to our Priscilla Thompson, who's joining us from Galveston, Texas. Priscilla, NBC News is reporting that cases of second and third degree burns have significantly increased during this heat wave, filling up emergency rooms.
Yeah, Anna, filling up emergency rooms and burn units. And this is something that we're hearing from
You guys,
EMS.
burn units. Burn units. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It's all good. Nothing to see here. Nothing to worry about.
Officials in Nevada and Arizona, and you might be thinking, well, how does that happen? They're saying that people are falling or passing out on the pavement, and that is how they're getting those severe burns. And of course, it is often, as is often the case, it is in these vulnerable populations like the elderly, like children, like people who are unhoused. So an elderly person may have fallen on the pavement and been unable to get up, and then they're suffering these burns. Or a person also had a seizure, fell on the pavement, was not able to get up. And so just another one of the safety concerns that we're seeing as these record-setting temperatures continue across the country. We're also seeing reports of people leaving children in cars. There's incredible video of someone using a tire iron to try to get a baby out of a locked car that was in there as it was getting very hot. And so all of these types of concerns. There's one construction company in North Texas that is actually asking workers to wear heat sensors so that they can detect when their bodies are starting to overheat. And so folks really trying to get creative to stay healthy as we continue to deal with these blistering hot temperatures. And the National Weather Service now saying that this heat could go up into August.
Yeah. Disparage. People having to get creative so that they don't die of heat stroke due to warming temperatures, due to climate change.
The record heat across the world has been unrelenting, and experts say it could last into August. And it's not only the heat, it's torrential rain in some places. A mudslide in northwest India today killed at least 10 people, with many more missing. Special correspondents in 4 major cities across the world.
I don't understand leaving live beings. So I think the story that they mentioned, I think the parents accidentally locked their keys in the car. So that was not on purpose. That was not them like leaving the kid in the car as they went in somewhere. I think they should have been clearer in that story. They kind of made it sound like people are just leaving their kids in cars and saying, good luck. That was not the case in that, at least in that story. And I don't think that people are just willfully leaving their children in the car.
These reports starting in southern Europe.
I'm Giles Gibson in Rome, which is known as the Eternal City, but it's now been dubbed the Infernal City. Temperatures this week have soared over 107 degrees, setting a new record for the Italian capital. We've come down to the Colosseum to ask some tourists if it's possible to enjoy sightseeing in this oppressive heat.
I'm telling you, it was hot when we were there for TwitchCon in Paris, but I think that we still got pretty lucky in that we were there right at the beginning of this heat wave. Now, it was still hot as hell. I lost like 10 pounds from sweating, but it was not what it is like now.
No, this is the last place I wanted to be.
I mean, it's kind of hot, but the city is beautiful, so you just need to stay hydrated, a little bit of water, a little bit of spritz, and I mean, you make the best out of it.
Some of the
That's that American optimism.
Water for you, where you could just refill your bottles. So we've been able to refill our bottles and keep drinking water. So we're still enjoying it. We're still getting to see all the sights and enjoying it.
The authorities are urging local residents and tourists to stay indoors during the hottest part of the day, but not everybody is listening.
Classic.
They are hearing us without a doubt. Nonetheless, they're still going around Rome like they're used to.
There's literally an ambulance in the background. There's an ambulance in the background.
In the way that they're
of
used
him
to, with
speaking.
shorts, flip-flops, and tank tops. We're giving out water so they can cool down a little bit. Are they following the advice? Not really. However, let's say that in principle, they're informed about how they should behave in this kind of weather.
Hot summers are nothing new here in the Italian capital. Since the 1870s, locals have been using these traditional water fountains, known as nassoni, to cool down if they're out and about on a hot day. What is new, however, is the intensity of this heat wave, and it's set to drag on into next week.
I'm Simona Foltin in Baghdad, where the Iraqi capital is broiling in 116-degree heat. And for the city's poor, there are few ways to escape. These young men traveled from nearby slums to cool off in the Tigris River. There's no electricity. The heat is killing us, 18-year-old Yasser tells me. But soon there may be nowhere at all to seek respite. Iraq's rivers, on whose banks Mesopotamia's civilizations emerged 8,000 years ago, are slowly disappearing. Fisherman Hashem Al-Musawi has been alive for 76 years. He tells me he has never seen water levels this low. And he's right. According to the Minister of Water Resources, this year is the worst drought since the first recording of hydrological data in 1930.
Before, the water used to go all the way up to the houses. Even the army would come and bring sandbags to keep it from flooding the houses. There was so much water. Now, things have changed.
Changes caused by an existential struggle over water with Turkey and Iran. Both have dammed the Tigris and Euphrates and their tributaries further upstream. Lack of
I was like, who's at the door? It was Will. Farley, it's okay. It's okay, Farley.
rainfall and poor water management have made matters worse. The impact has been devastating.
We don't have agriculture anymore, and the fish are dying because there's not enough oxygen in the water.
While the water recedes, demand for it rises as Iraq's rapidly growing population tries to survive in this increasingly inhospitable environment.
I wash the street because there's so much dust when the cars pass by. When I sprinkle the street with water, the air becomes better.
Most Iraqis only get a few hours of government electricity per day to run air conditioners and can't afford to pay for private generators.
Yeah, so a couple people pointed this out, but one of the reasons why this heat is so devastating is because in many parts of the world, they don't have air conditioning like many of us in America have. That was something that my American streamer friends who had never been to Europe were shocked to discover when they would go inside to places to cool down and there was no air conditioning. Milena specifically had messaged me before they went to Paris and said, Nick wants to know if there's going to be air conditioning. And I said, I don't know how to answer this. If I say no, is he going to cancel the trip? I go, not in everywhere, but there is a big river that he can jump into if he so needs to.
To the sweltering heat, Iraqis are struggling to cope with widespread electricity outages as well as a severe water crisis. But even as the situation becomes increasingly untenable, the government is doing very little about it. There's no climate adaptation strategy, and less than 0.5% of this year's budget has been allocated towards much-needed investments in water infrastructure. Iraq is an oil-rich nation whose potential has been crippled by conflict and rampant corruption. Many Iraqis no longer see a future in what was once the cradle of civilization. Leaving may eventually be the only way to survive.
I got so mad at that story where kids got in trouble for breaking into I think it was a public pool, but it was closed. And there were kids who broke into the pool because it was so hot and they needed to cool down. I'm like, okay, you know what? Because I think I don't know if they got arrested, maybe, but the fact that they weren't just opening up these public pools for kids who live in communities where they have no other way to cool down. Like they don't have access to air conditioning. Yeah. The world is on fire, but God forbid these kids try to swim in a pool so that they can cool down.
I'm Neha Punya in New Delhi. Till just last week, all that you see behind me was a thriving urban slum home to about 5,000 people. Now you can barely see the homes and the farms that stood here. For the last 2 weeks, much of India's capital city has been waterlogged and its low-lying areas completely inundated. It's the worst flooding that Delhi has seen in more than 5 decades, and experts are blaming climate change. This month, Delhi received 110% more rainfall than it usually does, shattering a 45-year record. The incessant rainfall led to the city's Yamuna River to breach its banks when it surged past what authorities call...
This is when conservatives like Ben Shapiro will jump in and be like, "Oh yeah, I thought you were complaining about there being droughts. I thought you were saying that water sources were drying up. How could there be excessive rainfall?" Just like the whole, "Oh yeah, how could there be record low temperatures? How could there be record snowfall if the earth is getting warmer? I thought it was called global warming." Ah, yes, I am very smart. We're gonna watch a video after this where, if anybody does not understand, and I get it, it's I don't mean it in like I get how somebody like Ben Shapiro could be so obtuse. He's obviously doing that for his own political interests and reasons, but to explain how exactly does climate change work? Like, what does climate change really mean, in the sense that on average, temperatures are rising. In some areas of the world, they're not rising as quickly or as, at all, as opposed to in other areas of the world, and how you can have insane freezing temperatures in the winter while then also having the hottest temperatures on record in the summer. Because climate change, yeah. When we talk about global warming, we don't mean that just in general the earth is getting hotter, so all of these severe weather patterns relate to extremely hot temperatures like we're experiencing now.
The danger mark. The Indian Army and the National Disaster Response Force used boats to pull people to safety. Authorities say many didn't want to leave their homes, staying perched on their roofs for days. 25,000 people were evacuated, and most of them are now living in hastily assembled makeshift shelters along roads like this one. This is usually one of Delhi's busiest junctions, but it's now been shut down for regular traffic. While the incessant rainfall has finally stopped, it will be a while until these people are able to return home. Officials are warning of waterborne diseases and dengue, so the danger isn't over yet.
I'm scared of going back to my...
Okay, I want to move to this next video. Study finds human-caused climate change.
In coming days, more than
a definitive factor in brutal heat waves.
In coming days, more than 100 million people in the U.S. will be living under a heat advisory as a brutal heat wave moves into the Midwest and Northeast. A new analysis finds the heat that's been baking the U.S., Mexico, and Europe over the past month would be, quote, virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. It comes from an international group of researchers known as the World Weather Attribution. To help us understand more about this real-time assessment, we're joined by Bernadette Woods-Plackey. She's the chief meteorologist and director at Climate Central, which is an independent group of scientists and communicators. Bernadette Woods-Plackey, so good to have you on the NewsHour. This new report is part of a field of what's known as attribution science. Can you tell us a little bit about what this study showed about the connection between climate change and these heat events?
So attribution science is where we can go into individual weather events and tease out the role of climate change. We do that through three ways. One, our knowledge of a specific weather event, and heat is one where we know a lot. Two, historic temperature records. We can go back in time to see what's happened before. And three, model data. We can look and we can model different scenarios in our Earth's environment. And when we bring down our levels of carbon dioxide or bring those up, we see changes in that. And when we put all of that together, we have what's called attribution science, and we get our confidence in whether we could recreate this event or not.
And that's what this report seemed to indicate, that it was impossible for these heat waves to be as long and as severe absent climate change.
Correct. And sadly, that's not surprising. We know when we add more heat to our atmosphere through the burning of fossil fuels, that translates into bigger, stronger heat events, which is the foundation for all of the climate changes that we see.
And is it simply a factor of the fact that this is a warmer atmosphere and we see warmer events? Is that how the mechanism works, or is it more complicated than that?
So it doesn't mean every single place is getting the extreme heat all the time. We're still going to have weather. But when we really raise that platform.
Right, exactly. Because climate change is about the long-term effects. Okay, we don't talk about climate change as in something that is happening within the year. We refer to long-term weather changes and patterns.
To a different level where we start with our heat and you add additional heat into the whole Earth system, it's going to play out more intensely and more frequently with these big heat events.
The reason I ask this is that every time we do a story like this, the critics always say, well, oh, it's hot in summertime, how surprising. So how can we really tease out the distinctions between summer weather and climate change?
Hogan, thank you for the gifted.
It is always hotter in the summer than it is in the winter, correct? But certain summers are hotter than others. And what we're talking about right now
critics
is record after record after record after record. So you have to look at the pattern. It's not just one individual event in one season. We are looking at southern parts of Europe, a lot of North America and Mexico, China, all at the same times, right? So that's a lot of the globe spiking records like we've never experienced before. And this continues to happen.
We're also entering the period of El Nino, which can warm the oceans and change the weather. Remind us what El Nino is all about and how that might be playing into this.
So El Nino is a natural phenomenon that happens in the Pacific, where we warm the waters are warmed naturally, and that changes some of our weather patterns around the globe. It also adds additional heat to the atmosphere. So when we get El Nino years, there's a boost in our global temperatures. The thing is, when you want to look at the big picture once again, our El Nino years of current years are breaking records, and they're well above our El Nino years of the past.
I want to ask you about some of the solutions here. I mean, we know that we have to drastically reduce our emissions to stop this human contribution to climate change. But as your organization well knows, and as you strive to try to overcome, getting this change implemented is very, very difficult. Do you believe that this current series of records falling globally, as you described, is going to be able to move the needle in any meaningful way?
People are understanding more and more the connection between what we're experiencing and climate change. The thing is, the warming is just happening faster than our responses. So
I think the frustrating thing with climate change is, politicians and the media commentator, individual commentators, and then just entire media ecosystems like Fox News, who actually has whose interests are being furthered? The ones who are denying climate change, or the ones who are saying that it's real? Like, what would the advantage to those of us who believe climate change is real and talk about climate change as a real thing? How do we have the advantage of lying about that versus the people who are claiming that it's not real? You know what I'm saying? It's one of those subjects where it's not hard to see who benefits from denying climate change versus versus lying about climate change being real. The thing that scares me most is that the exponential nature of it, people are just really bad at understanding it. There's a point where things will just snap and we won't be able to do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, I think most people, the majority of people, don't deny the truth of climate change being real and being here and that we can see the effects of it. I don't think that they understand all the science behind it necessarily, but it is one of those political topics that, again, most people believe to be true. It's also one of those topics that is maddening because it really is the most pressing issue facing us collectively, like not just in this country, but in this world, while also being an issue that we can fix. It's not like we're too far gone. It's not like we're at a point where, oh, well, there's nothing to be done. We'll just let this ride out and see what happens. To be fair, if your town or entire state relies on oil. Yeah, so I think people who aren't denying climate change, but also go, okay, well, what am I supposed to do about it? This is going to destroy, these policies that you've put forward, or, these solutions rely on me losing my livelihood, on wiping out, an industry that's been the sole industry in this town for decades.
Things are happening at once. There are some amazing solutions happening and being implemented around our country and around the globe. But we've waited a long time to implement those solutions, so our warming curve is faster. What we need to do is bend that warming curve, and that's where it gets really interesting. Yes, we baked in a certain amount of warming already. However, this isn't per se the new normal. This is a changing normal. We're still in a path to even hotter unless we make those changes. So it is upon us to make those changes so we can limit that future warming.
And how confident are you that we're going to do that? I mean, the reason I ask is that we have had 30 years of international negotiations to address this, and very little to show for that. Emissions keep going up, temperatures keep going up.
They do. It is frustrating. And especially when you follow this daily and this is your world, that is frustrating. However, we do know a couple of things that do help people stay focused on a future of this. One, if you take us back pre the Paris Agreement, we were on a path to say 5-6 degrees Celsius of warming, right? What we're experiencing right now, just for perspective, is 1.2 degrees Celsius of warming. With the implementations and the changes we've made in the world, that 5 or 6 degrees of warming has come down. It really has. It's come down closer to like a 3. If you squeeze out all of the commitments, it could be a 2. There's a range in there. It's not exactly precise. However, it really depends on human behavior. And as we all come together, we've already bent that curve. We just need to accelerate and supersize our actions and bend it even faster.
Bernadette Woods.
Okay, why on earth are winters getting worse if the planet is getting warmer? So, like I said, I tend to see this gotcha a lot from people on the right, like Ben Shapiro, who recently had a video where he was like, you know what? If it's hot, go inside. It's called air conditioning, okay? What do you want me to do about it? I'm like, no one's asking you, Ben Shapiro. What we're asking is for you to just go away and never be seen again. But the other thing that he was talking about is, again, what they love to repeat, which is, oh yeah, so global warming, and yet there's snow. And yet you complain about record low temperatures. It's like, Jesus Christ. Stop being so purposefully thick, man.
Who doesn't like snow? It's beautiful, it's fun, and it might even mean a day off of school. But in a series about natural disasters and climate, we definitely need to cover this one. That's because even a very small amount of ice and snow can really ruin your day if you're not ready for it. Now, you'd think that our planet's warming climate would mean the end of winter, and scientists used to agree, but then something really unexpected happened. While warming temperatures do lead to milder winters on average, many locations in the mid-latitudes started to experience record snowfall events. Even with Arctic sea ice extent at record lows, Boston just experienced its snowiest decade since record-keeping began. In this episode, we're going to explain how average temperatures can be warming, while changes in the Arctic might actually be making winters in some areas more severe, at least for the time being. And as always, we'll talk to experts about how to prepare no matter where you live.
There's a cow right there, but you can't see it. This is just insane. This is literally the worst I think I've ever seen it, and the visibility is just horrendous.
Extreme cold is by far the leading cause of weather-related deaths in the U.S. each year. According to the CDC, around 1,300 people die each year from cold exposure.
What tards ever heard of
take
snow?
into account the over 1,800 traffic fatalities from snow and ice on the roadways. So, even though snow is fun, winter weather is worth preparing for. For public health officials and transportation managers, a silver lining of a warming climate seemed to be milder winters and hopefully fewer deaths. But then something happened that surprised even the most astute scientists.
You know, back in the 90s, the models that we used to try to, anticipate climate change showed a decrease in snowfall. And, there was a very famous even New York Times article, the end of snow, how places like New York City won't snow anymore.
And in much of the world, that's exactly what happened. Snowpack in the West has been declining for decades. Nearly every glacier on Earth is receding. But then, in the winter of 2011, a very confusing trend began to take shape. The new year started out with a historic storm, and in the northeastern U.S., the blizzards kept coming year after year. The most severe snowstorms are given a rating category from 1 through 5. And looking at the frequency of these storms can give us an idea of climate trends.
If you look at by decade since 1958,
warmer weather means more snow,
or less per decade. Over the most recent decade, there have been 27 of these disruptive snowstorms, so more than a tripling of any other previous decade.
It will become the snowiest decade for the region.
Jay Menez, thank you for the 5. Appreciate ya.
And within that decade, 2015 exceeded all predictions. It was Stephanie Pollack's first year as Secretary of the Massachusetts Department of Transportation.
We had 110 inches in a single season, which was the most we've ever had in Massachusetts. And it was also cold, and it didn't warm up in between. And so it didn't melt, and the piles just got higher and higher.
110 inches is more than double the previous average annual snowfall of 48 inches. And it's not just the Northeast. Winter storms are getting more severe in the Great Lakes, Northern Europe, and Central and East Asia.
She was your teacher
really hard
in
to clear the
Boston?
sidewalks. And then the other big issue was our transit system, to the point where we had to shut the system down. And so we had the people who we now call essential workers, but we didn't even have that word in 2015. We were trying to run buses for them, but we couldn't run the subways, and it took weeks to get back to the point where we could run the entire transit system. I think of the winter of 2015 as one indication that the climate is changing and we have to be prepared to live in a different world.
If you're confused about this, that makes sense. It's why most people use terms like climate change or even global weirding rather than global warming. First, let's talk about what conditions you need to get a big snowstorm on the East Coast, like a nor'easter or a bomb cyclone.
To get these big snowstorms here in the northeastern U.S., you really need a confluence of events. You need a northerly flow to bring in the cold air. You need a southerly flow to bring in the moisture. You need strong high pressure blocking to the north to kind of lock it in along the coast.
To put it in the simplest way possible, air around an area of low pressure spins counterclockwise, and air around an area of high pressure spins clockwise. When these two meet, along with enough cold air and moisture, they work together like gears to batter the East Coast. But historically, these systems aren't extremely cold, just a few degrees below freezing. So you'd think that the 2-degree Fahrenheit rise in global temperatures would make more of these storms simply turn into rain, but that's not what we're seeing. Instead, there's been more snow and more outbreaks of cold air dipping down into the U.S. Dr. Cohen told us that a leading theory to explain the increase of cold air from the Arctic has to do with Arctic amplification. You might remember from our hurricane episode that the Arctic is warming much faster than the global average, twice as fast actually. That's because dark water and land surfaces absorb more of the sun's energy than white reflective ice. So as ice melts, more of these dark surfaces are exposed, which amplifies warming. And a quickly warming Arctic destabilizes the jet stream. The jet stream is a fast-moving, high-altitude wind current that forms where cold and warm air meet. The greater the temperature difference between these air masses, the stronger the jet stream becomes. But when that difference decreases, the jet stream can slow dramatically.
Governo, thank you for the tier 1.
There's also a giant mass of swirling cold air high over the Arctic called the polar vortex. When everything's stable, we don't really notice it. But destabilize the jet stream and the polar vortex becomes wobbly like a top as its rotation slows.
Instead of just sitting there spinning quietly on the top of the globe over the Northern Pole, now it starts to meander, starts to wander around. When you have these disruptions of the polar vortex, it's a...
Yeah, I agree. I think climate change is a better phrase to use to describe the climate changing than global warming. What is going on? Okay, anyway.
Dam breaking and the cold air just rushes out into to the lower latitudes and mid-latitudes. You get more amplified flow and more opportunities for snowstorms.
None of this is new, but it's happening more frequently. And a growing number of scientists like Judah believe our warming climate is driving the process that provides Boston with enough cold air and moisture to set snowfall records. Boston is relatively well prepared to deal with harsh winters, and there are very few cold exposure deaths each year. But these polar vortex events can push cold and even snow into cities that aren't accustomed to it, which is actually more dangerous. And in January 2014, the polar vortex was a major catalyst in the winter weather event that brought just 2.6 inches of snow to Atlanta, crippling one of the nation's largest cities for days. Children were stuck at school, interstates were clogged, thousands were stuck in their cars for hours. One mother even gave birth on the side of the highway. This was a true disaster, all because of the lack of timely preparation. But who could blame them, right? The South just isn't accustomed to dealing with winter weather, so it doesn't take much for it to be...
No, we can definitely blame Greg Abbott, though, when it comes to Texas.
Become disruptive. To get some tips on how to stay safe in big snow events, we talked to Peter Murphy from the Oregon Department of Transportation.
You can go from dry, bare pavement to black ice in a matter of feet here. And if you're not prepared for that, you really can end up in a sideways situation, and in some cases it can be fatal. And so consciousness of the direction the vehicle's going in, the conditions that we're driving in, is critical whether you're in New York City, whether you're in Atlanta,
and
whether you're in San Diego or in Portland, Oregon. Be ready with the right equipment, the right gear. Just make sure your car is equipped with the right kind of tires. We like to know that you've done what you can to get a full tank of gas before you head it out on the road. Make sure you have that extra stopping distance between yourself and the other car in front of you.
If you're traveling during winter weather, make sure to have food and water in your car. It's also smart to prepare a kit that includes things like an ice scraper, a shovel, gloves, warm clothing, a blanket or sleeping bag, a flashlight, chains for your tires, and even a...
Seems wild to be watching this video right now because we are experiencing unprecedented heat waves, but once it switches back to winter, this is the pattern. This is what's going on. Bro, I'm in Chicago. When you hit black ice, don't give a fuck how heavy you are. Oh man, my sister flipped her car when she hit a patch of black ice. Flipped the car, almost died. Black ice could be the death of you.
Bare cell phone battery.
But by and large, we're a society that has learned how to stay in place. COVID has taught us many things. That's one of them. So it is always in our power to not go someplace.
But extreme weather is more than just a traffic problem. So I'm calling Dr. Stuart Harris to chat with him about what he sees as an emergency physician at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. Hi, Dr. Harris. What are the most common things you see as an emergency doctor when winter weather gets extreme?
Okay, I want to skip to the next one.
The US is warming fast, but if you take a look at global climate records, it sure does look like temperature is decreasing, at least for the last 8 years. When NOAA released their new data in early 2023, it went viral, and even weathered viewers commented that this is proof that climate change is finally moving in a cooler direction. We'll unpack that in a
Obligatory Key and Peele black ice skit.
bit,
Yeah.
but first, let's talk about long-term trends.
The global land and ocean temperature for 2022 was 1.90 degrees Fahrenheit above pre-industrial conditions.
But not everywhere on Earth is warming at the same speed. And there are wide swings around the globe from extremely fast warming to one particularly scary area of cooling. According to a draft government report, the US has warmed 68% faster than the global average over the past 50 years. And that doesn't even include Alaska, which has warmed way faster.
Across the lower 48, the annual temperature has increased at an average rate of about 0.16 degrees Fahrenheit per decade since 1895. But that rate of increase is 0.44 degrees Fahrenheit since 1980.
So in this episode, we're gonna figure out why the average temperatures were dropping over the past 8 years, find out which parts of the globe are warming fastest, and at the end, we'll call up a resident of the fastest warming county in the US to hear what it's like. Oh, and it turns out that there's an area in the US that hasn't been warming at all, so stay tuned. Okay, first, what's up with the dropping temps?
The Earth is not cooling. So here's the thing, there can be year-to-year variability. That means those ups and downs from year to year.
Okay, that is important to note as well. People who are just so up our asses about saying climate change is real love to be like, oh yeah, well then, they'll pull up a report, then how come it shows cooling temperatures? It's because it comes and goes in shifts, but overall, it is warming.
We all understand this on a smaller scale when it comes
Like on
to
average.
changing seasons, right? We know that nature doesn't operate in straight lines. As spring turns into summer, the temperature doesn't rise incrementally every day. It might be warm on April 1st, then snow on April 8th. But no one doubts that August will be hot. And we see this with climate change too. Temperature pulses higher, then levels off, then pulses again. But choose the right 8 years to analyze and you'll see a downward trend. 2016 was 1.19 degrees above pre-industrial levels, and 2022 was only 1.07. For reference, the Paris Agreement aims to keep the global average temperature rise between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius. Even inside that range, we may hit some very disruptive tipping points, including the loss of coral reefs and abrupt permafrost thaw. But no one lives in an average.
Every continent in the world is warming, but the rate of change of that warm can differ from place to place.
So where is warming fastest and where is warming the slowest? There are two big picture factors at play: latitude and oceans. First, high latitudes in the far north are warming fastest, largely because of sea ice. As temperatures rise, sea ice melts, exposing dark water that absorbs more solar radiation, which causes more warming, and the cycle continues. Now, the cycle won't continue forever. Once enough sea ice has melted, this Arctic amplification will slow down, and the Arctic will warm at a rate more similar to the rest of the globe. But for now, if you're farther north, you're probably warming fast. Second, water reflects more of the sun's energy than land does, and it has a far higher heat capacity. So it takes a lot more energy to raise ocean temperatures than land temperatures. That means our large continents are warming faster than the oceans. And guess what? That's where humans live. Put this together and you get this generalization. Large land masses in the north are warming fastest. Most of the Earth's land masses are in the mid-latitudes and northern hemisphere, so those regions are warming faster than southern regions. But which continents are warming the fastest? Europe is the fastest warming continent at 0.47 degrees Celsius of warming per decade since 1980, and Asia comes in a close second. Globally, there are some unusual hotspots as well. A mysterious pocket off the coast of Uruguay and Argentina has warmed.
Honestly, learning about this makes me feel better. Surprisingly, I've seen too much doom stuff. Yeah, when I was thinking about like what content did I want to watch in our discussion on climate change as it relates to like all these record hot temperatures, I wanted to approach it more from an easy to digest scientific POV rather than like, here's a bunch of videos of dead fish. Here's a bunch of statistics about how many species are dying and, you know, going extinct. Not that like this information being presented should have you going, oh, okay, everything's fine. But more so to just have more of an understanding of how climate change works. How can we have really cold temps and also extremely hot summers, right? Like, it's not that this is uplifting, but it's helpful to know.
Twice as fast as the global average, causing algae blooms and mass die-offs of marine species. There also seems to be a similar hotspot in the North Atlantic along the coast of Delaware to Maine. These hotspots seem to be largely driven by shifting ocean currents that bring warmer water to unlikely places. Interestingly, some places are warming slower for unexpected reasons. Parts of Antarctica have slowed warming in part because of the ozone hole.
Because of Mr.
India
Beast.
is warming less than its surroundings because of severe pollution keeping out solar radiation. And that cool spot in the Arctic, that's caused likely by Greenland's melting ice. So that brings us back to the US. Researchers at the University of Massachusetts found that the lower 48 is expected to reach 2 degrees of warming 10 to 20 years before the globe as a whole. From previous episodes, we know that the western US is getting drier, and it turns out precipitation plays a big role in which regions are warming. Vegetation, trees, and moisture can help mitigate warming, while drought can make it worse.
But we are seeing parts of the West and the northern tier warming faster than the rest of the country. And a lot of the driver for this is that drought periods in the West are becoming more entrenched. And as regions that are dry become more dry, that means there's less moisture in the soil. And so you'll actually have higher temperatures during the day. We're talking parts of the interior Rockies,
aka where I
portions
live.
Of, Oregon, California, as well as parts of the northern tier, Minnesota, Montana.
We also know that the Northeast is warming faster than the US average and is expected to reach 3 degrees Celsius of warming when the globe as a whole reaches 2.
Higher latitudes are warming faster. Winter is the fastest warming season for the Northern Hemisphere, certainly for the US.
This means extreme winter warming all the way from Montana to Maine. One reason for this is that snowpack is melting earlier in the season. Fewer days of snow cover means more sunlight that absorbs into the ground, warming the region. We'll take a look at the fastest warming county in the US at the end of the episode, but first we wanted to know, where is warming the...
All right, what state does everyone think the fastest warming county in the US is located in?
Slowest.
If you look from the Gulf Coast to about the mid-Mississippi Valley, so sort of that south central portion of the lower 48, there's like virtually no trend in warming or cooling across that 128-year period of record.
Some scientists believe...
Yeah, I'm gonna say Alaska too.
The polar vortex can help explain this anomaly. The warming Arctic has made the jet stream wavier, allowing cold polar winds to escape to the southeast, creating a cooling effect in the winter and spring months. Scientists have also connected this warming hole to periodic thick clouds and high soil moisture that help keep daytime temperatures down. And while there was no warming trend over the past 120 years, the past 40 years do show temperatures beginning to rise. So we know climate change is experienced pretty differently around the world, but it also varies from year to year. And it turns out that a big reason for the variation comes back to El Nino and La Nina.
In an El Nino year, the waters in the eastern equatorial Pacific are warmer than average, and in the La Nina year, they're cooler, and that helps to drive various weather systems across the globe. So we often use the metaphor of like being on an escalator, and that escalator is going up. And during an El Nino year, it's like standing on your tippy toes on the escalator, and a La Nina is like crouching down on the escalator. The overall direction is still up, but you're seeing year-to-year variances. And in fact, the last 3 years, we've been in a consistent La Nina, which would be sort of a cooling. And what we've seen is really kind of a leveling off, but it's keeping pace, you know, in the top 10.
And that's called gender equality. La Nina is catching up with El Nino. Feminism.
And close to top 5 each of those years.
So what about the future?
It is.
How do anti-climate changers use scientific evidence of gradual warming over thousands of years and disagree with some same scientists as to projection? I mean, anti-climate changers very much so cherry pick, you know, they look for individual reports or individual scientists who will refute the idea that climate change is occurring and has been occurring and you know, has continued to change them climates. Nobody disagrees with global warming in good faith. They're doing it yeah, of course. I think like maybe your average day folk who disagree with global warming do so because of active disinformation campaigns that are aimed at getting them to believe that climate change is a hoax. But as far as politicians, as far as members of the media, as individual commentators, they are absolutely denying climate change to protect their corporate interests.
It's very likely that 2023 will end among the 10 warmest years on record. And if it does, then the 10 warmest years on record would have been the last 10 years from 2014 all the way to 2023. If an El Nino were to form at the end of 2023 and continuing to 2024, there is a high chance that the year 2024 could rank among the warmest years.
I mean, yeah, there are people who think the Earth is flat.
And that has big consequences, especially for regions that are warming fast. Which brings us to the fastest warming county in the U.S. North Slope Borough in Alaska, home to the native community of Barrow, now.
Not that there should be a prize or anything for guessing which state has the fastest warming county. But yeah, Alaska has become scarily warm, considering its position in the northern hemisphere.
Called Ukiapik. Since 1980, it's warmed 0.72 degrees Celsius per decade, significantly outpacing the rest of the US. We called Evan Hobson to learn a little more about what it's like.
What's up with the music?
Living there. He's 23, a subsistence hunter and fisher, and advocate for his community. His Inupiaq ancestors have lived in the region for thousands of years with a constantly changing climate, but the current rate of change is unprecedented.
Living here in the Arctic, you know, hunting.
I keep thinking I accidentally put music on somewhere else. Who's El Nino? Just joined? Some bitch.
Fishing, whaling, trying to survive here in the Arctic. And not really expecting that change to come so quickly. It's scary because 1, hunting's gonna be different this year. 2, thinking about the future, the conditions that I teach the future generation and will not be the same as the conditions are today.
And there are concrete examples of what near 4 degrees of warming means.
All of the houses here on the Arctic slope, they're built on stilts, maybe 8 to 10 feet in the ground.
Okay, honestly, what is going on with this song choice? And why did the song start up right when they started talking about this county that is the fastest warming county in in the United States?
And the permafrost. And once the permafrost around those posts melt, then that house kind of shifts to one side, and it's hard to open doors, hard to open windows.
Like, I feel like
you correct the sinking piling.
Eben does remember this
I
from
feel like
his
Bad Bunny
early
is about to
childhood.
start
But it's more
rapping.
prevalent now than it was then.
Traditionally, his community gets ready for the spring whale hunt in April when snow buntings arrive, but this important marker of the season seems to be changing.
Today is April 13th. I haven't seen a snowbird yet. Once I see a snowbird, then that'll tell me the bowhead whales are here and they're ready to be harvested, ready to feed the people.
He told us that the bird and whale timing just seems to be out of sync, and whaling is getting less consistent.
I mean, yeah, there's beef, chicken, and pork at the store, but
Okay, I'm sorry, because what he's talking about is very serious, but this music is giving, like, shitty nightclub.
that's not as healthy and nutritional as fresh, locally sourced bowhead whale, muktig, and meat.
So what about where you live? Are parts of your life...
Okay, now I'm about to get canceled by Bad Bunny fans. I love Bad Bunny! That was not me saying that Bad Bunny's music is equal to shitty nightclub. Now I'm about to get canceled by Bad Bunny stans.
Changing in a warming climate. Is your city warming faster or slower than average? Let
The
us know in
music
the
is
comments,
giving
and we'll see you
Snapchat
next
dating
time.
show.
Our weather
Yeah,
is
for
changing
reals.
from longer, hotter heat waves to more intense rainstorms to mega fires and multi-year droughts. The U.S. is experiencing the full range of impacts from climate change. Find out what people on the front lines are doing to combat weirder weather in Nova's latest episode, Weathering the Future. The full episode is live on Nova's YouTube channel right now. Check it out at the link in the description.
You're going down. You've already submitted the request. Okay, here's... Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to... Here's the vid link for anybody who wants it. So... Apparently, South Florida waters hit hot tub level and may have set world record for warmest seawater. Wow, we're just setting world records left and right. The water temperature on Florida's tip topped 100 degrees 2 days in a row. Hello. Just the tip. But can you imagine being so hot and then going into the ocean to cool down and it's 100 degrees? It feels like a hot tub. Did you see that a reason why there are so many shark sightings at crowded beaches because of how warm the water is? Yeah. Which, yeah, that makes sense, right? Hot tub levels. Triple digits. Scientists are already seeing devastating effects from prolonged
There
hot
is no
water.
official record kept for sea surface temperature, but
Hello.
if you look at some official buoys run by national agencies, we've never seen a record-breaking event like this before. I mean, 101.1 degrees Fahrenheit, that's never been measured before. But there are some questions with that record, and there's some good reason to believe that it might have been a few degrees cooler than that. This is a hot tub. I like my hot tub around 100, 101, and that's what was recorded in Manatee Bay yesterday. Maybe it was only 99, but that's a pretty good hot tub temperature too. I mean, if you want a free hot tub and you live in Florida, you can go down there.
If you want a free hot tub and you live in Florida, Well, come on over. The water's fine. Like, oh my God, despaired. Hey, never been able to afford a hot tub? Well, now you can. Get one for free. It's called the ocean. Oh my God, that's climate science. That's a fucking scientist's sense of humor. Oh, if you've ever wanted to own a hot tub, now you can for free. It's called the ocean.
I mean, you could look at these temperature measurements and say, oh, we're questioning whether they're valid or not, but the proof is in the impacts. The corals are not happy with this level of hot water. They are bleaching. A lot of them are dying, I've heard too. And these hot waters extend to great depth. I've seen some measurements of 90 degrees Fahrenheit down at the level of the reefs, and that is just unimaginable heat. And here we are only in July. I mean, we've got another couple months of peak heating to go. It might be the case, I think it's probably be the case that 10 years from now, this will be seen as a...
And yes, by the way, warmer ocean waters means worse hurricanes. We just got hit with one of the worst hurricanes in history last year. Can't wait. Right. Yeah. Severe weather occurrences, which used to happen like once every few decades, now just a regular occurrence. Anybody see Dennis Quaid? Because this is about to be the day after tomorrow.
A relatively quiet summer. Certainly a relatively cool summer. Because the heat that's going in the air isn't going away. It's increasing. We keep on putting more CO2 in the air. So that's our future.
The way this guy describes things. Well, yep, we keep putting more CO2 into the air, so we'll all be dead. Anyway, like I said, if you want a free hot tub, just go in the ocean. Speaking of, I'm going to get in my hot tub now and enjoy my final days. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh. Yes.
Guess what show is coming back?
Castlevania.
Why? Who's in chat doing this?
What do you mean?
How did you just guess that?
Because I obsessively read entertainment news every day.
So are you excited?
Yes. So excited. I was very excited when I read it earlier. There is no piece of entertainment
Have you watched the trailer?
news that you can tell me that I have not read.
Have you watched the trailer?
I did not watch the trailer yet. Okay. Hey, Will. Do you know what's going on with Ariana Grande? Oh my fucking God. He just said, didn't her husband leave her?
You know what the fuck
Oh my God.
You know what I mean.
Oh my God. Okay, fine. Do you know, what's going on with Doja Cat?
Yeah, she told her fans to go fuck themselves.
Okay.
Because they were being weird.
Okay, but who is it that she's dating?
The Ariana
though?
Grande thing? That ginger?
Yes.
You take that shot.
Oh, no.
You take that shot.
No, this is not ginger solidarity.
This is ginger solidarity.
No.
That was a win for redheads everywhere.
No.
Break
Fuck
up
that
with
ginger.
your girlfriend.
No, and you want to know, she's going to be breaking up with SpongeBob SquarePants in 4 months.
Right.
No, you don't get to call yourself a ginger in this situation. This man. You know, Will has truly a solidarity with any ginger. It doesn't matter if, I bet you if I were murdered by a ginger, he would still go, I wish you hadn't done that. I wish my girlfriend was still alive, but ginger solidarity. Yeah, he loves Ed Sheeran. Yep. Like if I ever am speaking negatively about someone who happens to be a ginger, Will claims that it is my bias against gingers. Which my best friend is a ginger, and I am dating a ginger. How am I biased? How am I? Yeah, the ginger erasure? Are you fucking kidding me? If anything, people would say I have maybe a little fetish, which I don't. I do not fetishize gingers. But I'm just saying, if you're going to say I'm biased against them versus me having a fetish, canceled again. You had a roommate that only dated ginger drummers specifically. How many ginger drummers were there? Would have thought that would limit her options, but she was never single. Shocking. I didn't know that there would be enough ginger drummers to go around to have a slut era. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna talk about movie trailers. And how movie trailers suck now. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom first. You know what? Because that was a complaint that I had with Barbie. Okay, that was a complaint I had with Barbie. There were a lot of like big moments in Barbie that I had already seen. I'm like, yeah, I saw this in the trailer. Yep, I saw this in the second trailer. Yep, I saw this in the third promotion for this movie. Like you know what I mean? Like the moments in the film that have you going, oh, I was like, I've seen this. So honestly, I try not to watch trailers these days. It's just that sometimes you can't escape them. Yeah, I would highly recommend just not watching trailers, going into a movie blind. I've done that with a few films and I had a better experience every single time. Okay. What killed the movie trailer? Boom. All right, I'll be right back. You want to get out of here? Crap. My face is, of course, getting worse as it sets in. I just remembered Cutie asked me to be a part of streamer camp. What is happening? What is going on? Did you just... did you just break? Just got replaced by a robot? Yeah, so... She asked me to be a part of Streamer Camp tomorrow for improv night. Which, first of all, I hate improv. Is it painful? Yeah. Yeah, it feels like a really bad sunburn. Because they burnt the top layer of my face. Like, that's what a laser does. But yeah, I hate improv already. So I might have to back out. We'll see. In 10 years, you won't have to pay for that. The ozone layer will do it for you for free. Oh, despaired. No, Will's doing it. Will's doing it. A couple people are doing it. I don't know. She asked me to do it. I'm like, listen, I'm a theater kid, but I'm not an improver. That's not my forte. I could probably do a one-woman show of Rent, but, like, I can't get up there and improv. By the way, last night, Will and I were going to bed, and we were chit-chatting. We usually have some, like, late-night talks. And, he then... I don't even know how this happened. He started singing me a song, which is very cute. He never does this. He started singing a Daft Punk song. I was like, oh, that's so nice. And after he finished the song, I was like, oh, sing another one. Like, that was great. He goes, no, you only get one. And I said, sing another song. He said, no, that's all you get. So I go, okay, then I'll start singing. 525,600 minutes. And he goes, stop it right now. I go, 525,000. I was like, if you don't sing me a song right now, I am going to sing every single song in Rent. Would you forget? Got a light. I know you're shivering. It's nothing, they turned off my heat. And I've got a little something, puppy. Would you light my candle? What are you staring at? Nothing. Your hair reminds me. I always remind people of someone. Who is she? Her name... Yeah, so... Anyway, it didn't work. The funny thing is, I don't even like Rent that much. I used to love Rent. And then as I got older, I was like, I actually kind of hate this musical. And I'm just a little weak on my feet. Please do the Angela Bassett song. Yeah, I should have whipped that one out. Angela Bassett did the thing. All right, what killed the movie trailer? Do you have a favorite musical? I would probably say Chicago. And all that jazz.
Lights are dimming! Lights are dimming!
We've all had the experience of sitting in a darkened theater, clutching our popcorn, and preparing to be whisked away to some unknown land for high-stakes adventure. But before we're given this new world, we're granted the privilege of seeing the trailers.
Take me, baby, or leave me.
Cannot wait to see that movie.
These joyous coming attractions for other universes, both near and far, that for the small price of admission, we can witness. Or at least that's how it used to be. Movie trailers now, they're kind of awful, right? Why is that? Before we get too far into today's episode, please be sure to like and subscribe to Nerdstalgic for
Yeah,
more
I'll
videos
send the link
just
after.
like this. The first film trailer shown in a theatrical setting was in November of 1913. The Marcus Loew theater chain advertising director Niles Granlund had the idea to cut together a short film to promote the newly opening play, The Pleasure Seekers. This moment has now birthed an essential component to the filmmaking industry. Today, the word trailer is used to describe ads that play before a movie. Well, back in the early 1900s, the word trailer was created to describe these advertisements due to the fact that they played trailing the main presentation. While trailers started at the end of the film, they were moved to the beginning when theater chain owners started experimenting and showing pre-screening attractions like—
Yeah, and now a movie starts at 2 o'clock. No, it doesn't. It starts at 2:30. Because you have 30 minutes of trailers. I have a particular set of skills, one of which includes being able to perfectly time getting to a movie right before it starts. Because I now refuse to sit there and watch 30 minutes of trailers. I am preternaturally gifted in being able to time out arriving to a theater right when the movie is starting.
overtures, newsreel footage, cartoons, and short films. After a competitive survival of the fittest process, the only persevering element was the trailer. As the rise in popularity of trailers happened, initially, these ads were produced by the individual film companies and studios. By 1920, however, a singular entity was formed: the National Screen Service. Lobby cards, posters, trailers, and billboard ads all went through them. This iron-tight monopoly on the early days of the industry, thanks largely to every studio signing exclusive contracts with
same
NSS,
theory with Catching a
is
Flight.
one of the many reasons why classic film trailers all feel kind of the same. The art of producing trailers was much more a factory conveyor belt system than a fine art. Emphatic and over-the-top statements ruled the day in the 40s and 50s.
I never dreamed that any experience could be so stimulating.
With most trailers following a similar formula: bombastic title cards, one or two sequences from the film, and the cast being featured as the main selling point. By the 1960s, the art of making trailers was finally coming into its own, and the style and tone of the trailers start to shift dramatically. One of the most noticeable examples from this period
Mrs.
is
Robinson.
the simple fact that the director became a huge selling point throughout the 60s and 70s. Dr. Strangelove is a perfect example of this evolution. The trailer is edited in a similar style to the movie itself. A key contributing factor to this is Pablo Ferro. He was the title designer on the film. As the rise of the auteur directors transpires, they become a key selling point. They literally appear in the trailers themselves. Take Psycho as another perfect example of how the directors were becoming more and more the selling points of films.
An old house, which is, if I may say so, a little more sinister looking.
As the social upheaval of the
Like, that's so sick because it doesn't give away the movie, but it's so spooky and ominous. Yeah, he was a sassy queen.
60s gives way to the 1970s, the film industry turns on its head. Independent productions start to take over, and real filmic auteurs with true vision begin creating worlds that will define the medium forever. And with that innovation comes a new word: blockbuster. This new commercial expectation ushers in a trailer emphasis on selling high concepts or distinctly commercial premises. And with that, the infamous "in a world" phrase is uttered for the first time.
In a world without gas.
As blockbusters and large filmic franchises grew and took over more and more of the Cineplex, showcasing the high concept of your film became of paramount importance. One man quickly became the voice of the movie trailer industry: Don LaFontaine. LaFontaine was the movies. His voice was attached to practically every aspect of the filmic advertisement world for close to 30 years. LaFontaine's inimitable voice crooning "in a world" or "in a time" or "in a future" is now as iconic as the idea of a film trailer itself.
We hired that announcer guy from the movies.
When the storm hit, both our cars were totally underwater.
In a world where both of our cars were totally underwater.
Throughout the rest of the 80s and 90s, the main way films are sold is a 1-2 punch of showcasing the visual effects of the project and giving a rambling explanation of the plot in quippy, hyperbolic sentences. However, that's going to change as we enter the 2000s and 2010s. This is where things more or less divide in two. The first type are trailers that just tell you the whole movie, and sometimes literally even spoil the ending ending of the film. The second type place a keen emphasis on tone, rhythm, and feeling. They're much more atmospheric trailers. What's an atmospheric trailer, you ask? Well, look at the way Christopher Nolan's Inception trailer sells the movie.
They're also trailers nowadays. Modern trailers are, are telling a mini version of the story in the trailer. Basically just leaving out the climax and resolution, but giving you snippets of those sections of the film. But they have become mini versions of the films. Hitting the major beats, not revealing the ending, but revealing too much.
It gives the vague setup of dream crime caper and gets across the impressive visuals, but most of the trailer is actually built around the trailer's score, and of course the iconic Inception. This sound shows up in just about everything around this time. Transformers 2, Iron Man 3, Mockingjay Part 1 being just a few random examples. Basically, every trailer around this time period had brass horns and sweeping violins to try and make the film in question feel epic. We now live in a world where there isn't just one trailer, there's multiple. It used to be that trailers were shown exclusively in theaters. Then they eventually were played on TV. Now, we have 3 or 4 different trailers that show in theaters and on TV, and we have web-exclusive trailers, and website-specific spotlight trailers, and teaser trailers, and mini teaser trailers that premiere online in order to let you know that there's going to be a trailer in a few days. If that doesn't say everything you need to know about the film industry and the business of trailers today, nothing does. You're probably saying to yourself, well, who cares how many trailers there are? It's just different ways of reaching people and spreading the word about the film. And on one level, that's true. However, on another, it's this weird catch-22 where people are now conditioned to think they know everything about the film through these trailer dumps, and it's having an adverse effect on the movie-going public. Believe it or not, a fan attempted to sue Warner Brothers for false advertising in connection with the film Suicide Squad. The attempted lawsuit was aiming to focus on the fact that the trailers led people to believe that Jared Leto's Joker was going to have a much more prominent role in the film than he actually had. Thankfully, this lawsuit went nowhere. However, a Michigan...
Okay, I have never seen that Suicide Squad, but did we want Jared Leto's Joker to have a more prominent role in that shit show of a film? I mean, that movie was a disaster. I know that. The trailer convinced people the movie would be good. Yeah. I mean, that is a problem because trailers... the companies that cut these trailers are now, creating their own mini films within these trailers that oftentimes it does create false advertisement. Sometimes they will showcase an actor in a film who has a very small role because they want to get butts in seats based on them thinking, oh, I love this actor. I want to go see this movie. Yeah, and they rely heavily on score.
Woman did successfully sue the producers of the Nicholas Winding Refn film, Drive, because the trailers made it seem like a Fast and Furious film, and ultimately, the finished product wasn't. The same thing happened with the Danny Boyle film Yesterday, which featured Ana de Armas in the trailers, but eventually had her cut out of the finished film. 2 superfans are currently suing the studio for $5 million for false advertising. Movie trailers have always been a means to an end. They've always been a way for production companies and studios to give the viewer...
Sorry, but suing because you're so horny for Ana de Armas and she ended up not being in the film? Wow, you are down bad. You are down bad if you are so angered seeing a film that you think is going to have Ana de Armas to the point that you whip out the lawsuit. I mean, they're wrong, but I get it. Yeah.
Giving public a taste of what they're selling. But the way that trailers are today, it seems like they're devolving. This is partly because trailer houses are now responsible for cutting trailers, and most studios ask them to make trailers that are exactly like what their rival trailer houses are doing. Thus, all the trailers feel the same, in a way that is very reminiscent of what they looked like when the National Screen Service controlled the industry. Are we going to change these trends anytime soon? Frankly, no. There's just too much money at stake, and if it works financially, why fix it? Artistic expression is rarely the focal points of trailers, ironically. They're a sales tool, and currently, they have that down to a science, and it's up to the viewer to decide if that's a good or bad thing. That's all we have for this episode. Do you think film trailers...
I do feel like there has been a trend, though, of more people deciding not to watch a trailer because of how much is given away in the trailer. I mean, listen, am I aware that watching a trailer and going, well, I feel like I saw the whole movie, are there going to be lots of parts in the movie that I have not seen? Yeah, because a trailer's 3 minutes, but still, like I said, a lot of the big moments in Barbie, like her stepping out of the heels with her, stepping on the shoes with her heels raised, I get why they included that in their marketing, right? Like that was a big moment in the trailers. That was a teaser. I get it because people were very excited about it. But by the time I saw it in the theaters today, it didn't have an impact. I was just like, yeah, I've seen this a million times. I don't know. It's kind of tricky because on the one hand, there definitely are some trailers that get me so hyped. Like I get so excited to see the movie. There are trailers that get me excited to see a movie that ends up being bad, which is most of the time. And so what I do now is I'll watch a film and then I'll go back and watch the trailer and be like, yeah, there was so much in the trailer, like so many big moments in the trailer that were in the movie that would have lessened the lessened the impact of that moment in the film on me, the viewer.
When it comes to creating a trailer, there are important questions that need to be answered. How much do you show? What exactly do you tell? Because just like each film is different, each trailer needs to be different as well to represent this. I'm Jessica Fox, and I'm a creative director at Mark Woolen & Associates, and these are the questions that we ask ourselves. Creating a trailer is a very collaborative process. Filmmakers bring their work to a studio, and it's the studio's job to work with the filmmakers to create a vision of how that film is going to be released to the public. Maybe this is in theaters, maybe it's online, maybe it's in the fall, maybe it's in the summer. Filmmakers and studios then bring in agencies. And it's a job of all of us working together to create a trailer, a first look at this film. When deciding
Good night,
how
Scooter
to best
Sita.
represent a film in trailer form, we often sit back and look at what the film made us.
Am I going to watch the new A24 movie? Yes. I am not. I am purposefully not watching the trailer. I have decided when it comes to my favorite genre of film, horror movies, I will not watch any trailers. Or at least I'll try not to. I didn't watch anything on Skinamarink. I didn't watch anything on oh my god. Why am I blanking on the movie with the the Airbnb? It opens up with like the Airbnb situation. Justin Long's in it. Why am I blanking? Barbarian. Yeah. I went into watching Barbarian not knowing anything about the movie. If you already know you're going to go see it, go in ice cold. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the way that I do it these days when it comes to horror movies specifically. Same with X and Pearl. I didn't watch any trailers. Miyazaki's releasing his final movie with 0 promotional material trailers. That's a Giga Chad move.
feel. Is this a film that's best explained through a story to allow the audience to understand what's happening in the movie? Or is this a film that's best explained through its style? In either case, we pick the elements that are going to work best to support the narrative that we think is the strongest in the film. Some of the advantages when you have a film that is completely finished is you get a real sense of what the director's vision is. You're hearing the music, you're seeing the pacing, you understand what the tone is, and then you try your best to replicate that tone and evoke that in the trailer you're working on.
You were a movie star, remember? Shut up. Now you're about to destroy what's left of your career. Listen to me. Let's make a comeback.
You're becoming a trending topic.
I got a chance to do something right. I gotta take it.
But inside an agency, there's also a collaboration that happens. From creative directors and producers who help to oversee the process and create what they think the story should be, to editors who are in there with the material figuring out exactly how to make each shot and each dialogue work, to assistant editors who mine through all of the material you have in order to catalog and organize everything for editors to use, to music supervisors who help to select that perfect piece of music or sound design. What to show and what to leave behind is a tough one. You want to make sure that you're showcasing some of the best assets the film has to offer. Oftentimes this is pedigree, your cast, your director, sometimes your producers. This information is important to let the audience know that you're going to be seeing some of your favorite people involved in this film. This information is also important to help elevate the film.
I think the importance of movie trailers too, or just how big that they've gotten today, speaks to, and the way movie trailers are made today, speaks to the diminishing power of movie stars. Speaks to the fact that actors nowadays, less and less of them are what we consider movie stars, with, you know, actors with real star power, aka just the fact that this actor is in this film means that people are going to go see it. So, of course, we still have movie stars. We still have actors and actresses who will get butts in seats. Doesn't matter what the movie is, simply because they are who they are. But like when we watched that other video where they talked about the fact that a previous era of movie trailers would highlight the stars who were in the films because that was enough to get people to see the movie. But nowadays, especially with like any Marvel, DC, blockbuster type film, you know, the films that are in our theaters, the emphasis is not on the individual actors because they do not have the star power that actors had back in the day. It's on the film. It's on the story.
Big names associated with films tend to imply bigger budgets. You can expect perhaps more of a bigger spectacle.
What's another trailer that tricked you about the movie? I don't know if tricked would be the right word, but I think what happens also is a misrepresentation. So I think The Fabelmans, for instance, people watched that trailer and then went into the movie, or they didn't even see the movie and assumed it was about the magic of making movies. Like, here we go, another Hollywood movie by a big-time Hollywood director who's just gonna suck Hollywood's dick. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I don't know what he's ranting about. Did it take you a month to watch The Fabelmans? Yeah, I had to watch that. I had to start that movie over a few times. Not because it wasn't good. I just was not. I don't know. There were a few movies from the Oscar selection this year that I had to start over a few times. He's watching Near Crash playing video. God damn it. Let me think of other. I'm trying to think of like recent trailers that I don't know. I really don't put much stock in trailers these days. Like I said, when it comes to horror movies, I have now opted not to watch trailers. Complaining that pilots should abandon code lingo, just use phrases like "fly, bitch."
When it comes to story, just how much do you tell?
Oh, Bridge to
Well,
Terabithia.
You want to tell enough so the audience understands what's happening. But ideally, you don't want to tell so much that everything feels completely wrapped up. This can sometimes be tricky in stories where there's a lot
And the thing with Bridge to Terabithia, which nowadays, if Bridge to Terabithia were made, that trailer came out, they would absolutely have a scene in it which, you know, it's not going to show you what happens, obviously, but there will be, you know, they will create that emotion in there. They will absolutely have you going into the film thinking that there will be tragedy. Yeah, talk about a movie that, or talk about a book that we as children read that and were traumatized for the rest of our lives.
of suspense, and the audience is left to wonder, will they or won't they? Will someone escape? Will this thing happen?
We take the engine, and we control the world.
When is the time?
Soon.
Essentially, you want to tell enough of the story to get an audience's interest, but you don't want to tell so much that they
Get
feel they've
their
already seen the full film. Another element that can help decide what gets into a trailer and what stays out is relying on what's known as quadrants. Quadrants break down your audience demographic into categories based on age and gender. Typically, a film and those involved in making the film would love to hit all four quadrants. At a very base level, when thinking of quadrants, there are four basic ones. There's younger males, younger females, older males, and older females. Of course, there are certain films whose prime audience falls into one or two of these quadrants. But most films would love to get as many people from each quadrant as possible interested. And that's where marketing comes in. Certain genres appeal to certain demographics more easily. So action films, big blockbuster films, your large franchise films typically find a comfortable home in younger audiences, specifically younger male audiences. It's not to say everyone doesn't enjoy them, but that's where you're getting your bulk of people interested. So then what do you do if you want to show that this movie has more to offer than just something perhaps a younger male audience would be interested in? That's when you might choose to include information in a trailer that's specifically targeted toward a different group. For instance,
I'm non-binary. Yeah, you don't get a quadrant. You don't exist.
Action, adrenaline-filled movie.
Not to movie
If there's
trailers.
A love interest.
Not to
that
movie
might be of
trailer
interest to
companies.
a different quadrant. Including that might broaden your appeal.
What do you want, Peter? I want to go back on my trip with the girl who I really like and tell her how I feel. MJ, I
am Spider-Man.
No, of course I'm not.
I mean, it's kind of obvious.
Just as audiences are ever evolving, so is the way to measure and categorize these audiences.
Yeah, I mean, listen, movies like Cloverfield, movies like Blair Witch, Paranormal Activity, you could not, first of all, you couldn't have those movies come out today and have the same cultural impact that they had back then, particularly Blair Witch, but you couldn't do a trailer on Blair Witch because then people would not have been tricked into believing that Blair Witch actually happened. I wonder how she would cut a trailer for the movie Antichrist. She would just have the entire scene of involving the scissors. If you've seen Antichrist, you know what I'm talking about. Can you imagine if that were just the trailer? Zodiac was also a non-trailer advertised movie. Oh, I didn't know that. I would have assumed Zodiac had some type of trailer. Yeah, I feel like with movies that were found footage back in the day, it was, you know, it would have been really hard to do a trailer, the likes of which are typically done nowadays. I think Skinamarink was such a different film than anything I've seen as of late, but I think Skinamarink was good because I don't know how you would have a trailer for that movie since largely not much happens. It's just atmospheric creepiness. But really just having a snippet of it, a little taste, a little teaser.
So quadrants are just one tool, and by no means is it the only thing that studios and agencies look at when deciding how to market a film. One way to determine who is most interested in seeing your film is through audience testing. Sometimes there are plot points or characters that are introduced later in a film, but because of their importance, feels necessary to include them in the trailer. This could be because the character is a well-known actor that's going to help elevate the movie, or the plot point is something that helps promise more to the film, maybe a sense of hope in a movie that seems very dark and depressing.
I come back to you now.
Gandalf the White!
Another example of a way to frame a trailer is to actually make it two trailers at the same time.
I like that was the example they used. Like, you need a little bit of hope so people don't experience an existential crisis because they think the movie's just going to be too depressing. I'm like, it's Lord of the Rings. I don't know if that's the example that is best, but...
Notice companion pieces. In doing so, you might tell one person's story in one trailer and another person's story in another
literally
trailer.
spoiling
These
Gandalf's
two trailers
return as
could,
well.
in theory, live separately, as you would be getting a full story in one trailer and a different but full complete story in this other trailer. However, when put together, they give a greater sense of what the film has to offer, and also promises the idea that you're going to be seeing a story from different perspectives.
What I love about Charlie, he loves being a dad. It's almost annoying how much he likes it.
What I love about Nicole, she's a great dancer, infectious.
If you have a story that has a love interest, also has a lot of action, has a bit of drama, has some suspense, you might cut multiple television spots, each one focusing on one of those elements. Taken as a whole, they're all true to the film and they're all part of the greater picture. But you can individually select where each one of these television spots go, so that spot is getting to the audience that's going to be the most receptive to that message. So, when there are so many stories to tell, and so many different ways to tell these stories, every decision is very deliberate. A lot goes into thinking about how this best serves the film, and how this is going to fit into the 2.5 minutes you have to show the audience what the film has to offer. So when we're speaking...
Burn After Reading, there's a scene in Burn After Reading that is forever burned, no pun intended, in my mind. I will never forget this scene because I've never laughed as hard as I did and then screamed. Yes. Brad Pitt coming out of the closet. I was so taken aback by the look on his face when he goes, and then I'm not going to spoil it. But holy shit. My best friend in high school and we must have gone back and we rewatched just that moment over and over again and would pause it because the look on his face genuinely, I don't know what it was that just made me laugh so hard. Like, it wasn't just the fact that he was making a funny face. It was just like such a weird face to make given the context of the scene. When he comes out of the class, just like, it's so weird and awkward and uncomfortable. And then what happens afterwards? Oh my God. Yeah, that's definitely a movie. If you watched that when you were younger, you should rewatch that. That is a film that is worth a rewatch as an adult.
About quadrants, or testing audiences, or working from completed films, or working from dailies, or telling a story in a teaser or a trailer or a TV spot. The options are limitless. What do you include? What do you leave behind? The answers are as diverse as the films.
Thanks. God damn!
There's an interesting difference between the trailer for Thor Ragnarok and the final film. Toward the end of the trailer, we see this shot, Thor with his eyes lit up by lightning. Only in the actual movie, he only has one eye at this point, and his face is severely cut up. It's an example of the spoiler-phobic marketing that's become so prevalent in film trailers. In the past, trailers have been so full of spoilers that they gave away the end of the film. Take a look at the 2000 trailer for Robert Zemeckis' Castaway. It actually reveals that Tom Hanks gets off the island. And see that? That's literally the last shot of the film. Spoiler-free marketing is the newest in a series of shifts that movie advertisements have undergone in the last 100 years.
Tarantino?
Here's how movie trailers have evolved over the last century, and some of the trailers that have been the most influential in setting trends. The first trailer appeared in 1913 when the advertising manager for Marcus Lowe's Theaters showed a short promotional film for an upcoming Broadway show. The idea caught fire in the industry and studios began creating trailers for all their upcoming films. Trailers were originally shown after the feature, hence the name. But after shifting the timing around a bit, the medium became a hugely successful marketing tool.
I am privileged to say a few words to you in this most modern and novel manner.
The introduction of sound changed the movie industry drastically, and trailers followed suit. With sound came the well-known movie trailer voiceover, first popularized by an advertising company called the National Screen Service, or the NSS.
Casablanca, city of hope and despair, located in French Morocco in North Africa.
The NSS signed contracts with movie studios and essentially controlled the movie trailer industry from 1940 through the 1980s. During that time, the structure and pace of trailers evolved drastically. Perhaps the most groundbreaking movie trailer to set the stage for the avant-garde advertising of the 60s and 70s was graphic designer Pablo Ferro's trailer for Dr. Strangelove in 1964.
Yeah.
Attack!
Russia. Ferro's influence can be seen in trailers from the psychedelic flashing lights of The Exorcist in 1973, to the rhythmic chaos of the Coen brothers' A Serious Man in 2009. The deep, dramatic movie trailer voice.
The great trailer, The Exorcist. I mean, great trailer, great film, great everything. Like, okay. I'm really trying to think of the last horror movie that had a cultural impact of okay, not the last one, like of modern horror films, of recent modern horror films. Having one that was like The Exorcist, where everybody watched The Exorcist because there, one, were not a lot of options. You know, this was like back in the day, not a lot of film and TV options. And like my mom described sitting in front of the TV with the family, everyone just being gripped by this film, just being absolutely terrified. I would say maybe Hereditary. I don't know. No, but Blair Witch Project is 20 something years, is what, how old? Couple decades at this point. I mean like recent horror movies. Get Out, but not because it was scary, but because of the cult, because of the social commentary in Get Out. I mean a film that terrified the absolute shit out of people. I would probably say Hereditary. I think Hereditary was a film that was watched by horror movie lovers and non-horror movie lovers. A lot of people I know saw Hereditary who do not normally watch horror movies. And I think that scene in Hereditary was a scene that, you know, it just left a mark on people. Oh, okay. Talk about a trailer that intentionally misrepresented a film. Hereditary. You go into Hereditary thinking that it's going to be about this creepy little girl who likes dead animals. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say anything else. But if you go back and watch that, trailer, there's a reason they picked that actress. She was great. But as far as how she looked, her being in that movie, you assumed that movie was going to be about her being a creepy little girl. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably the fact that we just have so much content these days, that audiences have just seen so much. You know, we're at a point where it's not only hard to come up with to produce very gripping, new, inventive horror films, because there's just so much, but also to do it in a way that your audience who's seen everything, who goes into it, you know, and they're looking for, you know, they're going into it expecting to be able to predict stuff and wanting to be surprised. I would say The Descent. Yeah, but people, obviously more people have probably seen The Descent because they're just, actually, that's probably not true. I just feel like with The Exorcist, that was a film that when it came out, everybody saw The Exorcist. Like your parents, your grandparents, everybody watched The Exorcist. Anyway.
Became a staple of the medium in the 1980s, primarily thanks to legendary voice actor Don LaFontaine. You probably know him as the In a World guy.
In a world without gas.
Virtually every blockbuster
Poltergeist
movie trailer
too,
in the 80s
yeah.
and 90s featured some sort of ominous voiceover.
In a world where the sun burns gold, inside the machine is a man. 2 of America's most dangerous criminals.
The trope eventually morphed into a tool for parodies and meta-trailers, pushed to the limit in the trailer for Jerry Seinfeld's 2002 documentary Comedian.
One man.
No.
When your life is no longer your own.
What does that mean?
When everything you know is wrong.
That's wrong.
The mid-2010s saw another major shift in advertising styles with the rise of the modern blockbuster trailer. The famous Inception noise has become a staple of the medium thanks to Christopher Nolan's 2010 sci-fi heist film. Even editing styles have developed.
Could The Shining be an example? Do you mean of a trailer that tricked people? Because yeah, the trailer for The Shining didn't reveal anything. The Shining's an interesting film just because of everything surrounding it and the fact that yeah, people did hate it, but now it's considered one of the greatest horrors of all time. It's amazing if you go back and just, you know, read film facts about films that today are considered some of the greatest of all time. A lot of times when they would come out, they would be flops, either commercially, critically, or both. And then only later found, you know, success and were looked at as actually being incredible rather than, you know, how they were viewed when they first came out.
Developed dramatically in recent years. Staccato cutting or manipulating the speed of the film to match the music is one of the latest trends. The technique can be found in trailers for Jumanji, Dunkirk, and Mad Max Fury Road. To see how much movie trailers have evolved, let's look at three
That's
trailers
gonna be
for
Morbius
movies
in
adapted from the
40
same
years.
novel. I
Yeah.
Am Legend by Richard Matheson. The first is The Last Man on Earth from 1964, starring Vincent Price. The trailer uses the classic NSS format. A voiceover tells us the basic plot, and text on screen asks us if we
Kubrick
can
for
go
that.
on this terrifying adventure into unspeakable horror. Second is The Omega Man from 1971, starring Charlton Heston, another adaptation of Matheson's story. The trailer showcases more modern styles of editing, with music underlying scenes from the movie, but also featuring a dramatic voiceover telling us,
"The last man on Earth is hunting."
Finally, the
Bring
2007
back the
Will
sexy
Smith film
voiceover.
I Am Legend marks the third and most recent film adaptation of the novel. We get everything in this trailer, from the deep bass drums to signal tension and intrigue, to some ominous sound bites from the movie itself.
God didn't do this. We did.
A pulse-pounding ending leaves audiences with a cliffhanger before the title flies in giant floating 3D letters. Movie trailers have come a long way, and they'll likely continue to evolve. Many audiences are now watching trailers online and on mobile devices, so movie studios may start creating shorter and more attention-grabbing trailers. And the rise of spoiler phobia could also encourage filmmakers to aim for more sparse, minimalistic trailers. However trailers evolve, we'll probably never hear these words again in an unironic context.
In a world.
The book is really different. That's actually a book that I've read and a movie I've watched. I Am Legend. No, we're not watching that video. In a world. I miss that guy. Okay. What are we watching next?
Captain Midnight.
In a world.
Assembly line production.
No, I want to save that.
Captain Midnight.
Ice Cubes, Bones, thank you for the tier 1. Scott, Evil's Dad, thank you for the 3 months. In a world where Caroline Kwan streams on Twitch, can you imagine if I got that guy? If he did like my intro video for Twitch? That would be so sick.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare. In 2013, while on a press tour for his movie Lincoln, Steven Spielberg gave a fairly grim prediction while speaking at
This video is called Hollywood Has to Change, by the way. It's not about trailers.
an event at USC, saying, "There's eventually going to be an implosion or a big meltdown. There's going to be an implosion where 3 or 4 or maybe even a half dozen mega budget movies are going to go crashing into the ground, and that's going to change the paradigm." Now, the director walked back that statement a bit a couple years later, saying he wasn't predicting the whole industry would collapse. But I think this year, 2023, has kind of borne out his main point. Movies like The Flash and Shazam! Theory of the Gods are crashing and burning at the box office at an almost unprecedented scale relative to their budgets, with plenty of movies like Dial of Destiny, Ant-Man 3, and Little Mermaid really underperforming as well. And couple that with the writers and actors striking simultaneously for the first time since 1960. All of that feels worth examining to me. How things got here, why the writers and actors unions are striking, and probably most presumptuous of all, considering I'm just some guy on YouTube, my thoughts on what the future could look like going forward.
Just some guy on YouTube.
I feel a little bad picking on it 2 videos in a row here, but Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is a great example of what's wrong with the film industry right now. Creatively, sure, I talked about that already, but economically too. This is a movie that cost $300 million.
Insane. Insane. $300 million. That's like, you know, it's not just big action movies like this. David O. Russell's Amsterdam. That movie cost like, or at least lost $100 million. cost a shit ton to make. 300 million, insane.
300 million. That's more than most Fast and Furious movies and roughly 3 John Wick Chapter 4s. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull made money, and of course films like Raiders and The Last...
And the thing is, because DVD and home video sales aren't what they used to be, a lot of that money has to be made with the opening weekend and then the first week that the movie premieres in theaters. Like, you can tell if a movie's gonna make money based on that opening weekend, and if it does poorly, then it's fucked. Right, because streaming cannibalizes all their revenue. Yeah. So to spend $300 million on a film when things like home video and DVD sales are no longer a large portion of the money that's made on a film is crazy.
Crusade were huge in their day. And to be fair, I'm sure COVID protocols and all the stuff that goes with that really added to Dial's budget quite a bit. But it just seems a little nuts to me to bet that big on an action movie that stars an 80.
The Flash is already on streaming. What incentive is there to not just wait? I mean, I don't know. Some people like to go see the movie in the theater to get the theater experience. But yeah, a lot of people do just wait. I kind of do that nowadays. If there's a movie that's in the theaters, especially because my schedule is really busy, I usually just wait for it to come out on streaming. Now, they're charging way more than they used to. Like, you rent you rent movies these days, they're like $20. But for Will and I, 2 people, $20, it's like, okay, I guess that's cheaper than it would be in theaters. Plus, we can watch it from the comfort of our home.
Year-old, especially when the character already came back for an underwhelming legacy sequel type movie. You know, there was some appetite for a new Indiana Jones film. With a reasonable budget, its box office gross would be pretty respectable. But expecting it to make anywhere near like Force Awakens
$20 to rent too
doomed
for a lot
from
of
the
these
start.
movies.
And I know this is a cliche, but the largest studios have just been increasingly putting their eggs in a few very expensive baskets. You look at Warner's release schedule this year, and it's almost all superhero movies, sequels like The Nun 2 and Meg 2, big IP movies like Barbie and Wonka, and even the lower budget stuff is remakes and sequels like House Party or Magic Mike: The Last Dance. Taken as a whole, it is an incredibly risk-averse lineup of movies, relying on the tried and true and not sticking its neck out for a single, truly original, non-IP vision. That's kind of ironic now that it features some of the biggest money losers in studio history. This stands in stark contrast with the list of movies that WB released in like 1995. And really, this is not me just trying to say that movies were better back then or something. Like, 2 of their biggest releases, Batman Forever.
In all honesty, if I'm going to go see a movie in theaters, I want to go support a film that is not a big budget remake, prequel, sequel, etc. I would rather, if I'm going to see a movie in theaters, because even though already the mid-budget to lower budget film has pretty much died out, I'd rather my money go to that than seeing a big Marvel movie.
And Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls are both sequels that I'm not crazy about. It's more about all the different types of movies that they used to release theatrically back then. One of their highest grossing films of the year was Bridges of Madison County, an Eastwood Street romantic drama aimed squarely at the over 40 crowd. I mean, looking at all the major studio releases,
I love the
you'll
Dungeons
find
and
a lot
Dragons
of
movie. It was good.
Rom-coms, dramas, and thrillers. Lots of the kind of mid-budget movies that aren't made for a theatrical audience very much anymore. A movie like the recent No Hard Feelings, starring Jennifer Lawrence, would not have felt notable at all 30, 20, or even 10 years ago. And now it feels like one of the mid-budget R-rated comedies' last attempts to hang on and survive. Abandoning so many genres for just the big tentpole films has left what used to be theatrical audiences, especially those older audiences, without much of a reason to go to the theater anymore. Now, it's already hard in a post-2020 movie landscape to convince people to go to a theater, but by not even trying to serve the crowds that used to go to these movies, they've narrowed their audiences even more. And if you're thinking, well, I don't really care about legal thrillers or rom-coms, I'm glad the focus is more on big-budget superhero movies. I get it, but I honestly think this current system is hurting that stuff too. The MCU, by trying to appeal to the broadest possible audience, which it has to because these movies are so expensive, consistently feels like it's playing it safe. If some of these had tighter budgets, and they weren't all make or break centerpieces of Disney's lineup, they'd probably be a lot more unique and free to try new things that go outside the MCU formula. And I know some of you may really hate the idea of a reduced budget, but like, Ant-Man 3 cost a lot more than Dune and looked much worse. Like, are these
Ant-Man 3! It's probably a dumb question, but is the writer's strike more about TV series and not movies? No, it's about both. It's just that a lot of the conversation, which revolves around residuals, has to do with TV shows. Because we compare network television, the model of network television, to today's streaming model. If not, people who support the strike by no. Listen, it's an individual decision to boycott. The unions have not called for a boycott. Boycotts are not effective like organized strikes are. Also, you know, the thing has been made. I would rather go support it. I would, want to see it so that the people who worked on that film can at least get something from it. Because, a lot of actors and then sometimes the directors / writers receive payment on the back end. So yeah, going to boycott Oppenheimer or Barbie, that's a personal decision. It's not something that the unions are calling on, and it also is not an effective tool in this labor movement. Stopping all production going forward, stopping all, having a complete work stoppage, shutting, turning off the faucet, that's the phrase that's commonly used, is turning off the faucet, is what is effective in a strike.
These massive budgets even helping making these movies better, or is it just making them terrified to try?
What about war movies? Would you watch them if you know that part of their budget goes towards aiding veterans? That's presuming that I don't watch war movies. I'm not like anti-war movie. I watched All Quiet on the Western Front. I watched Dunkirk. I watched 1917.
Try anything
that
new.
Was random.
So yeah, I think the major studios have tripled down on the biggest, most expensive moneymakers at the expense of nearly everything else, and are finding out that that's not working out like it used to. Lots of people haven't gone to a theater since 2019, but if you're an older moviegoer who doesn't care about superheroes or horror, there probably hasn't been a lot to entice you to go either.
Sound of freedom,
especially
brother!
In terms of movies that have a real marketing budget behind them. Like, I'm really glad there's still distributors releasing lower budget films like A24 and Neon.
Thank God for A24,
widely
man.
Accessible dramas and comedies disappearing from theaters, I think that's been a disaster for the film industry. And I say this as someone who loves both superheroes and horror movies. But it's not like those types of stories disappeared altogether, right? Like legal thrillers, rom-coms, and the like. They still exist. They're just more likely to be a streaming show or miniseries now. So, what's the problem? Well, this won't come as a shock for people who have watched my videos on Netflix and Disney+, but I think the streamers have left the industry on far more shaky ground than anyone could have predicted back when Netflix Instant took off. I'll get to the bigger picture in a minute, but when talking about the streamers and the strikes, I think it's worth zooming in a bit and talking about how television production has changed. To illustrate, let's make up two hypothetical successful shows from different eras and compare what it would be like to be a young writer for each of them in very broad strokes. One is a 2000s network show, think CBS's How I Met Your Mother or Fox's 24, versus a recent streaming show, something like Hulu's The Bear or Netflix's Wednesday. On a 20-plus episode network show, you're working between 20 and 40 weeks. And you're present in an in-person writer's room, ideally learning from more experienced writers and producers. It's
okay, I just gotta say, looking back, 24 might be one of the most ridiculous shows of all time. And I say this as someone who watched it obsessively. Okay, I tuned in every week. on the television. I watched the commercials. But now that I think about it, that show was insane. If you don't know 24, if you don't know Jack Bauer, the concept of this show that was most insane was that there were 24 episodes because there are 24 hours in a day, and each 60-minute long episode represented 1 hour of time in the one day where Jack Bauer basically saved the country from and the world from terrorism. In 24 hours. Like, what? 24 episodes in a season to represent each episode was an hour in the day. And so much would happen. Like, it was okay for one season, but then doing the same shit so many times. Right, because it was one day in total. There was a stat about him killing something like 40 people in one day. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't remember how many seasons of 24 there were, but like, let's say there were 7 seasons. That means in totality, the span of time throughout the entire show series was a week. You know, it would be a good story pitch: visiting the universe of 24 and figuring out why there were singular 24-hour periods in this world that went to hell. I mean, I can't think of any other time period, anything in reality that would come close to that much shit happening in one day. Or Prison Break, they broke out of the prison. I have a soft spot in my heart for Prison Break, even though it so severely fell apart in season 3. It was either 2 or 3 because of the writer's strike. Prison Break season 1, though?
You get a chance to go to the set when your episode is being shot and learn a lot more about production from the director, cast, and crew. Maybe even sitting in on the episode's edit as well.
God love Wentworth Miller.
Just soaking up different aspects of TV production. And if all goes well, returning next season with more responsibility. Maybe a new title, like graduating from staff writer to story editor. Not only did this provide you with stable income for a decent length of time, but it also taught you so much about production, essentially training the next generation of showrunners.
Have I watched Homeland? I've watched some of it, not all of it.
Work their way up the ladder. You also got residuals from reruns, so every time an episode you wrote shows up on Comedy Central or whatever, you'd get a check.
So yeah, chatter, that's why it seems like this strike is primarily about TV, even though it deals with TV and the TV and theatrical contract. It's because so much of this conversation revolves around the writer's room, which is for television, as well as residuals as it relates to TV, comparing it to the old model and the old way that people made money and lots of money on successful shows. And then nowadays, via streaming, just having utterly destroyed everyone's finances.
TV has never been perfect.
Almost every writer's strike has predicated. Yeah, that's why the WGA says that they have the gift of foresight. If you go back in history and look at each writer's strike and what they preceded, it's because the WGA predicted that the industry would be changing because they could already see it happening and went, whoa. We as the writers writing the content need to make sure that we've got a little piece of this pie.
perfect, but this model was a sustainable way for writers to create television, where they both learned on the job and were able to make money long after they had retired, thanks to people still watching their work. Then you look at a current streaming show where writers have talked about working in online Zoom-only mini-rooms for much shorter 6 to 10 weeks. There's a very good chance you're never going to set or meeting the crew during production. And even if you're on a successful show, it will probably only run a few seasons, with sometimes years between active production. Plus, basically every big streamer refuses to share concrete numbers with its workers,
thank you for the
so
7.
you don't really get residuals based on how well it's performing. You could conceivably write for a show as huge as Wednesday, but its success doesn't really do much for you on the back end. Sure, being associated with a hugely successful show is nice, but financially, it may not even be all that different from writing for a Netflix show that gets canned after a single season. You're getting less production experience and getting paid less.
I mean, any early guess at what new media might spawn out of this strike? I mean, this one, I would say, technology-wise, is, of course, responding to how streaming has become the dominant model, but this is in response to the direction that we're going in with AI. That is what I think, technology-wise, this strike is trying to protect itself against.
And TV actors are seeing their livelihoods cut down in a pretty similar way. I remember reading Josh Peck's memoir a while ago and being kind of shocked that Nickelodeon actors don't receive residuals. I mean, anyone that watched Teen Nick back in the day knows just how much they reran Drake and Josh. He didn't see any of that money beyond what he got paid for initially filming it. That was a notably bad deal back then, and now it's looking a little bit more like...
Will earlier today on his stream said one part of him is in solidarity with the writers and actors. The other, more evil side, is excited because streaming is back? You mean like pandemic days back? Yeah, also, that's fucked up. Poor Josh Peck. That's fucked. Yeah, that's the whole don't turn streamers into Twitch streamers. We're back, baby. I don't know. I don't think that's true. Listen, I wasn't around for the pandemic days. I wasn't around then. I don't think that's true, at least yet. Because you guys can go outside. Yeah, like people are touching grass. Just because no new content right now, with the exception of a few projects, is moving forward, like there are still movies that were already made that are being released. There is still not a desert of new content because the strike hasn't been going on long enough to feel that crunch. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just being hyperbolic when he says that. Because I wouldn't say that that's factually true. You guys are touching grass. Some of us are allergic, man. Way to be so unthoughtful.
The norm. Residuals on streaming shows are complex and vary from streamer to streamer. But one thing almost everyone can agree on is this: they're a lot less. This may not be a huge deal to really established stars who can ask for more money up front to make up for that, but that's far from everyone. Sydney Sweeney even said that she basically received no residuals for Euphoria on Max. Now, I know these are famous.
And you know what? That's fucked up because she showed her tits multiple times. She should have been getting big money for that. Will was responding to the article of them saying the Emmys are being pushed back. Yeah, well, honestly, that's fine because the Emmy voters have showed us that they only watched 2 shows, White Lotus and Succession. The Emmy nominations are not even exciting, so
established actors that I'm talking about here, but one thing that's important to keep in mind is that most SAG actors striking right now are not rich or famous at all, and often go months and months between jobs.
I am,
those
though.
Residual checks were really vital.
Rich
now, there's
and
a lot
famous.
of things in these negotiations, like AI, that I haven't even touched on here. But I hope that I've at least gotten across some of the broad reasoning behind these strikes. CEOs like Disney's Bob Iger and Warner Discovery's David Zaslav will of course say that now is no time for a strike, and that writers and actors are not being realistic about their demands. The thing is though, it was the executives, not the WGA or SAG, that decided to treat their incredibly profitable century-old businesses like 2010's tech companies to chase that short-term Wall Street high. Sure, no one could have seen COVID coming, but it wasn't COVID that made Disney dump millions of dollars into Marvel streaming shows that make less and less of an impact, and that now even Bob Iger says were a mistake. Executives from NBC Universal to Warner to Disney.
I love this stock footage image. Hot businessman in business meeting. Have any companies reached out to me, or have any projects reached out to me to advertise? No, I mean, if they watch my content, if they even look at 2 seconds of my content, I whether on Twitter or on Twitch, I think it'd be very clear that they should not. However, they have reached out to friends of mine. Struck companies have reached out to friends of mine in the streaming space, wanting them to do promotion for upcoming projects, who then those friends have reached out to me to ask for my advice and hopefully taken said advice. I don't know.
Disney and more made the choice to go all in on their streaming services, and for a while it seemed like it was working. Many of them were being evaluated like the 2010s tech companies that investors couldn't get enough of.
I'd be striking probably more as a
massive losses
writer
ignored because that stock price was always going up. But now, years into the streaming revolution, they're no longer the slick, promising future. They're mostly just second-tier streaming services that have never turned a profit. In deciding that their companies could all be like Netflix, studio executives let the Netflix model steer them off a cliff. So where does Hollywood go from here? Well, I'm not going to pretend to have the answer, but I will say that it might be pretty notable that the last time this happened was in the 60s. The 60s were a really rough time for Hollywood. High-profile flops were everywhere, with movies like Dr. Dolittle, Hello Dolly, and Cleopatra being extremely expensive.
Kind of amazing that Dr. Dolittle was a flop back in the 60s, and then also the most recent version of it that Robert Downey Jr. starred in, which was his first role post Iron Man. You killed it on Chicago PD. Thank you. My greatest performance in my life.
And failing to break even. So many of the biggest genres of the time,
like maybe
Westerns,
Dr. Dolittle
war
just
pictures,
ain't
and family
Doolittling
musicals,
it.
suddenly
Maybe
seemed
it's
to
just
stop connecting with
meant
audiences
to do little.
who began to greet many of these movies with a tepid shrug. The moguls of the old Hollywood system were dying off or selling their studios. You probably know what happened next. Movies like Bonnie and Clyde, The Graduate, and Easy Rider helped usher in what was eventually dubbed New Hollywood, a youthful burst of creative energy that gave us directors like Martin Scorsese, Brian De Palma, Francis Ford Coppola, and of course, Lucas and Spielberg. Now, it would be goofy of me to say that this is just likely how it's going to play out now, but I do hope some new creative rejuvenation comes out of this eventually. That the cracks that are now showing so clearly in this Hollywood
I don't
system
think so.
allow for some really creative people to sneak in and shake things up, to take risks on projects that we didn't see coming. And those often come in the form of
Brian De
mid-budget
Palma, the
movies that
GOAT.
aren't connected to an IP, something studios rarely give young directors these days. Don't get me wrong, there's still great movies and TV coming out, like, of course there are. But 2023 really feels like a transition year for Hollywood, and I hope it eventually turns out to be one for the better. As much as I talk about huge Hollywood movies and shows on this channel, something I always have a ton of respect for is the DIY.
Speaking of Brian De Palma, Blowout, great film, underrated film, just had its 40th anniversary. But anyway, I actually don't think it would be 2023 that would be the transformative year. I think it would be 2024. But, you know, it's worrisome when you already see Mattel and Warner Brothers like salivating due to the success of Barbie and going, we're going to do Polly Pocket. We're going to, like, and other companies that own that IP just going, yes! Toy movies are back. We're going to do 10 Barbie films. This hinges on studios taking a risk on new projects, not sequels and remakes. Right, which they are not akin to do anymore. Even though on many of these gigantic, big budgeted films, they are losing money because these films cost so goddamn much. Sigh. Sigh. You know, like I said, very grateful to have streaming. I keep telling Will, listen, when you get down in the dumps about streaming, when you get overwhelmed with the pressures of being a successful streamer, just remember what the alternative is, okay? Just think about everybody, every one of our peers who's a director, who's a writer, who's an actor, etc., who does not have streaming, who are facing annihilation in their profession. It's terrifying. All right. I need to go slather my face. You can see it starting to... Fucking hurts. Anyway, it's worth it. It's worth it. If he wants to cover for me at the firm for a few days, yeah, I'm like, you want to go work a 9 to 5, Willie? There was a tweet I saw about a director who was given a list of junk IP like Polly Pocket, and they want to make a Pez dispenser. They were told there was already a Pez dispenser movie in development. Yeah, dude. Depressing. It's depressing. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow, I think. I was supposed to... Like I said, I was supposed to do this improv thing for streamer camp, but I don't know if that's going to be happening. I don't really want to be on camp because my face is going to look worse tomorrow, and I'm sure people are like, what's wrong with your face? What's wrong with your face? Plus, I hate improv. So I might have to bow out. So in that case, I'll be back streaming tomorrow. Gaming will be back tomorrow. I promise. I got to do some more Dave the Diver. Also, I love this song. Charlotte Gainsbourg is incredible. Gaming will be back tomorrow. I promise. It's Friday night. I think I'm going to get back into like Friday night gaming. Not just Friday nights, but I feel like Friday nights are a great vibe for gaming. In addition to my other content, of course. I'm going to send you guys to... I'm going to send you guys to Fandy. My friend Fandy. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Urban Artifact, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you for being here tonight. As always, I really do mean it every time I say it. I actually mean it more every single time. I mean it more and more and more. Have a great rest of your night. Have a fabulous day. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Caroline de Goat, no cap. You all the goat, no cap. Quantarage de Goat, no cap. No cap. Quan hat when? YouTube first. Which is my editor's working. She's working. YouTube first, then I'll think about a Quan hat. Anyway, sending you off. Good night. I will see you next time. Mwah, mwah.